which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the final week of Round Robins here at the CF1 Fall Competition 2021 edition. I am Septulence, joined by the great, handsome, talented, and wonderful Ravishing Ravish. We're going to be bringing you the final game of the Round Robins here, like we said, in CF1's 2021 edition. It's going to be St. Clair Saints versus St. Louis University. But before we jump into all that gamer information, Ravish, how's your day been, man? How you feeling?
Good.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I'm at a few words until the bullets start flying, and then we'll hear nothing but from Ravish. But I'm super excited to be here. This is my first time making my official CF1 debut, or whatever you choose to call it. I'm super stoked to be here. I love Valorant. Holds a very special place in my heart, so I'm over the moon to be here. But Ravish, I don't know if you've seen these schools before. I know that I haven't been given the chance yet. I'm going into this completely blind. Either way, I'm excited because we're starting with my favorite map in the entire game. It's Bind, a map that I wish I could just see over and over and over again. I love Bind for one very simple reason. I love Raze, and this is the only map in the game where I feel she is a given.
So, you're wrong, firstly. Bind is bad, and I hold that to the absolute end of my core, sir. And I'm sure we all big fans of Valorant. But so, you know, before I tear you apart on your absolute horrid opinion, let's go back to a little bit like we were talking about with these teams right now. These teams hold a very interesting position within the groups that we're in right now for CF1. And this is, like you were mentioning, one of our last weeks of actual overall regular play before we hit into finals and playoffs, depending on the different divisions that we are in. And both the teams you got going on, that being St. Clair Saints up against SLU, they're phenomenal teams. These guys hold a lot of collegiate prowess, and their roster isn't too shabby at all. On top of it, like you mentioned, we're going up to buy it next, and I believe all the players, everyone is also all ready to go pretty soon as well. So we should be heading out at the game in just a little bit. But going back to yet again why you're wrong here, Sep. Bind is bad. Bind is boring. Bind has its 2-lane entry, 2-lane exit. That is it. The only thing interesting about that map is the teleporters, which make a giant sound, and then you wonder, oh my god, what's actually going to happen? That's really about it. It doesn't have mid. You know what mid is? Be short. That's what mid is.
See, I think that's what I like about it, is it forces the players to engage. You can't run around, you can't play it slow, you've got to fight. You've got to bring the pedal to the metal. You can't poke through mid. It's not like Haven where there's 9 ways to engage. You've got to pick one, you've got to go in, you've got to hit those shots to succeed. I think I like this one because it forces those players to bring that mechanical edge to the table.
If I wanted mindless gunplay, Sep, I would have played Call of Duty, but we're playing Valorant. There's strategy here to all this. No, I'm not necessarily the on COD. I actually do that COD a lot. But point being, yet again, I want to slow play things. I want to move around the map the way I want to. I want to make my opponents think I'm going B or C, whether we're actually going A. In jokes and reality, I'm chilling in spawn. I have a spike, and now you're all dead. Now, what does that mean? Absolutely nothing at all. The point being is that Bind is bad, and I will stick to that to the end of my core. But we'll see what actually happens as we get into the game in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, you know, we might see Bind, which you might not like, but our second map is a map that everybody has to like a little bit because we're going to see it forever and always. The second map's going to be Ascent, but enough about that already. We're jumping into Bind. St. Clair Saints versus SLU Esports. I'm hyped. We see the Astra locked in already from Blossom. I think that's going to be super crucial here. Those gravity wells can make an unbelievable impact. And the Sova pick, I feel like Bind is the one map in the game where Sova doesn't have to be a given.
I both agree and also disagree as well, because I find that although Sova adds a lot of utility in terms of the agent picks that you have, it's also is understandable based upon your information regimen.
Sure.
And you see they're also running around with the Killjoy too, right? So I get why you might want to pick the Sova, and especially if you're not running Viper, those shock darts for those post plants, I find can be crucial too. And we can see right away, none of these teams are running Viper, so it makes sense that they're running the Sova.
Yeah, the Sova can definitely make an appearance here. You're definitely right about those shock darts. They can make or break a fight, especially in that later half. Like you said, if someone's going for a spike plant or a defuse, either way, those can really be impactful. Shadow, though, locking in the one agent I expected to see a little more of on kind of both sides. Going to be making that Sky. Her ultimate, not the strongest, but everything else she has is just top tier, top dog, if you will, on pun fully intended with that wolf ability. She's got the longest flashes in the game. She's got the most flashes available. She is quite a one-man show, quite a powerhouse.
Now, although her flashes, you can't pop flash people anymore, like you were mentioning, it's still there's still just a lot that she could bring in. I would contend to see even with the Seekers, right? If you are trying to go for, you know, just any sort of aggressive early play, if you're rushing on site, or also if you're in a 2v5, for example, too, those Seekers can greatly help decide your positioning, see where people are coming from, and biggest thing is up against an Astra wall too. It gives you so much crucial information when you are essentially just shut out for what is the Great Wall of Astra behind you.
Yeah, 100%. We got to talk about it as well, especially for jumping into the pistol round. The classic right click was nerfed into oblivion just recently. I mean, a day ago. It was just put out where it's not nearly as effective if you're moving or jumping or crouching or anything. You've got to be standing completely still. And if I'm not mistaken, there was only one classic between the 10 of these players, and that's definitely something new because of that update. Ave trying to play that classic style, going to be taken off early from Blossom there with the Frenzy. The Frenzy maybe re-emerging in the meta, so to speak. It used to be pretty popular, and then it got changed up, and then it fell short to the classic. But now, a lot of Frenzies on lock. Oh, here's another kill coming in early, but nah. Lupo just can't quite find those bullets.
Big thing why, yet again, why the Frenzy's not as prevalent that long-range damage. No bueno, people don't just rush down sites anymore. As it goes down to 4v5, you can see a lot of St. Clair because they're early positioning. They're trying to come in for the A site as another kill goes down.
Yeah, Aries going to fall there. Blossom really putting the team on their shoulders here in the pistol round, able to find the only 2 eliminations that we've seen up to this point. We hear that recon bolt coming in, trying to make an appearance. Lupo, did not check the corner all the way. That's certainly going to hurt. Luckily enough, you're definitely up in the numbers. 4v2, Shadow down to 30, drops to 0. Icy able to find that kill onto VCan. JRC, the next to go. Icy trying to be the hero, but cannot win the 2v1 with a ghost, unfortunately. We get into one of the latter sounds, but it looks like St. Clair's got round 1 on lock.
And although that was actually pretty close by SLU, like big thing by St. Clair, you saw right at the beginning, they pull off those classic pistol strats, which is you just run out of defensive spawn or you just choose to go like straight up on the aggressive, right? Pistols can go one of 2 ways. So I like it. It makes sense. I'm definitely all for it. The question has to be is how do they actually translate this lead into the second round? Because we see SLU, they're forcing up here, Seth. So they've got to come up big, and depending on where the position right now, looks to be kind of a B, looks to be kind of B hit. But we see both the Rain and the Solve are all going to match these sight lines.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting as well because SLU, they've force bought. They've given themselves a full economy here in the second round, so they're really trying to get rid of that 2-round advantage that so many teams are used to. A great shock dart early is going to be able to scare them off a little bit. Wilker ever so patiently trying to hold that line. I mean, this is really a dangerous move here from SLU. They need to find the win, or they've just dumped their economy for the next 3 rounds.
Dart, I managed to find out 2, and okay, St. Clair loves holding what I like to call just these rat angles. You see just chilling right in the corner on the back end. Yet again, JRC got another one, but he will die up against 2. And
There it is. Yeah, JRC, I mean, really trying to make that Spectre buy worth it, able to find 3 eliminations, almost keeping things lined up. St. Clair, they do have that player advantage, all thanks to that raise with the Spectre, so some great action there. Icy with the Stinger, has the knife out, and Lupo takes full advantage of that opportunity, puts Icy down, now a 2v1. Wilker has the best Spectre gun in the game, that Mage Punk, able to find that kill, a 1v1 trade up here, find some damage already onto the Killjoy, and now this could be crucial. KJ kind of stuck on the high ground, and Wilker will be the one to clutch it out and guarantee the round win for SLU.
So VCan doesn't need to be there. Like, he knows that he's already up, just chilling right there up by heaven. Now, I think that their bot wasn't up as of yet, or else they could have just chose to just chill to one side and go look down the other. But in order to be outside, just chilling out in the open, because if they go at the back, then easily that's a very defendable spike in that 1v1 though. But for now, like you're mentioning, SLU, although they lose most of their members, they still managed to get the round. So the force buy was pretty worth it. As it running back here onto the A side, looking down onto shore, we see Cypher lurking yet again. Spike position there as well. Watch out for showers though, as I believe SA Clair might push out here.
Yeah, my favorite thing in showers is just to sit there with a shorty or a judge and be an absolute menace because people will fall for it 100 times over. But it looks like Icy's going to get a great paranoia in around the corner. Now it's going to come down to Casper retaking that corner with the Frenzy, able to find that elimination and make some progress here. However, JRC is going to be able to find another kill, so that is going to give St. Clair that numbers advantage they so desperately wanted. Going to be a positive look so far. They're tied up 1-1. They've got the numbers, but they had the numbers last round as well, and they ended up losing that one.
It was a bit more precarious too, like you were saying, because they're playing very, very far forward. We've seen that's what the Saints like to do. They want to be very aggressive. This defensive has to make things a little more even. The Molly doesn't necessarily connect. But with this post plant, they don't have U-Haul control here, set. They can't take back the site. They need the control back.
Yeah, U-Haul control is absolutely crucial. It's got the double approach. JRC, Casper, there it is again. Shadow, all of a sudden the sole survivor has to take this fight. They're both critical condition. Shadow with 20 HP finds the kill, but the nade from JRC around the back, puts down Shadow, and that's going to be a second round win for St. Clair.
Love explosions.
U-Haul and Hookah. Two huge things you need to be able to have a man advantage in or just space in if you want to get into, if you want to make sure that your post plants are in your favor. If you're taking a site, that is the apex predator that you need to take down within this bind map. If you don't got it, this map, the site is not yours. It is as simple as that. So it's good for the Saints to identify that early on. If we're looking at it right now, though, between Saints, although they go 2-1, this is still very much an even game between them. SLU, they have been kind of going back and forth between what sites they take, but look at all the Killjoy util they're not going to get through here.
Yeah, the KJ util is going to be definitely something to keep an eye out on moving into this round. This was also the first round somebody's bought a full rifle. We see the Vandals already on the side of St. Clair. It's going to come down to that fire rate. The Vandal does one tap from a notable distance at that. You're able to find some great damage. So let's see if St. Clair can really use that to the best of their abilities. SLU going for a short buy. They are stuck with a lot of sheriffs right now. I think there was a frenzy in the mix at some point. So the firepower definitely in favor of St. Clair, but if they play a little too aggressive with too much hubris, it could bite them in the butt all the same.
So I'm actually matching at the altar there too, because you see areas if he gets if he gets 2 picks, might be enough. But speaking of picks though, Casper goes down.
There it is. There's a little bit of that hubris. Casper getting a little bit too confident that they've got possession of Hookah. Vcan able to find a shot through the smokes, puts down Ares, and all of a sudden gives St. Clair that numbers advantage they so desperately need in a scenario like this one. They lost their Sova. They lost all that reconnaissance. We were talking about how important that can be. They lose the Sova early, so now they're going to have to play without it. I mean, maybe they've got an Astra. Maybe they've got some gravity wells to work with. That's not nearly the same as a recon bolt.
That was an unfortunate flash. Because of that, they have to force themselves back out of Hookah, and they can't necessarily fake on that either as they move over to the air side. Considering where Ave is, like, they won't be able to find him, but JRC has a really important job here. Staying alive. If they stay alive, that means the site is still very much in St. Clair's control, and they can allow the rest of the members to go on in, but
Lupo's not stoked about that one. I can tell you that right now. Lupo's devastated that happened, but Vcan not devastated at all. No, JRC steals the ace. Devastating, truly devastating, but a round win is a round win nonetheless. St. Clair, they're not worried about putting on a show. They're worried about putting down a win, and they're going to be able to find that third round win here after round 4.
Yeah, I mean, it was an anti-eco, so I believe this is the result that we kind of did expect, right? Considering they weren't able to do much at all. And SLU right now, because of the second round bye, their economy is a little bit unfortunato, especially if we're looking at, JP, right? Although he does have the ult on him, right? Not all of them are pretty much on the same footing on the other end. The St. Clair as well. They also aren't necessarily doing too hot, which is the interesting part. None of these guys have balanced buys. They're kind of might not be on the same page each and every single time.
We may be looking at a little bit of a sunken costs fallacy here for St. Clair, or excuse me, for SLU, in the terms of they keep trying to force buy, and they keep losing the second time in a row that it's happened. Now they've already committed 2 ultimates. Here comes Icy, though. That's the 3rd ultimate to make an appearance, and all it results in is a 1-for-1 trade. Icy finds a kill, but then is killed by Vcan. The Hunter's Fury from St. Clair Saints going to be bringing out the 4th ultimate of the round. Wilker finds JRC, so now things looking pretty good for SLU. The 5th ultimate to make an appearance is going to be that Hunter's Fury, now from the side of SLU. Every ult in the book, except for a Neural Theft, has made an appearance. Vcan goes for the gun toss. Ave, able to find a kill, chooses not to use that Neural Theft, wants to have at least one ult. Oh, never mind. No ult in the back pocket. Every ult that was available was used this round.
There is so much investment from both of these teams. Everything that was in their back pocket, they decided to just throw at each other, which I don't necessarily understand why, but now Ares has to be the big dog here. He puts out the shot to Ashley, he takes out VK, and some of this site is theirs, but notice that crucial U-Haul control, that camera spots them. So this is looking real good right now for SLU.
Yeah, and both players on the side of St. Clair are critical condition 44 and I think less than 10, so they're already almost out of time to defuse. Ares already picks up the kill on Blossom. Maybe you get a Vengeance kill, a reset, but no, Ares is the hero. Like you said, Ravish is able to find that kill, able to keep things almost lined up, only a 1-round differential between the teams. This should be a round where SLU can almost full buy.
But they shouldn't. Like they should not.
Yeah, if they lose this, they hand St. Clair 3 more rounds. This is very
so
high risk.
Like, just I understand that y'all got the round win, but maybe save for a little bit. Buy specters, get an Ares, bro. Like you'll be fine. Just light shield by less of your util. Anything you can to push yourself back on track. Because like you're mentioning, if they lose this round, they enter what I like to call the ping pong economy here set, where it's just a back and forth dance between being able to buy and then being able to barely buy.
I think that's a great way to put it, Ravish. Just a ping-pong economy, truly. Every time they can full buy, they will. This is really how it's been so far, and this is going to really hurt whichever team loses to this. We saw, I think the highest number I saw in the econ after everybody bought was 600, so this is very much going to be damaging to whichever team walks away. And if they walk away with only 1 player left alive, it's going to hurt everybody involved. So now, 1 player already going to fall on the side of SLU. Vcan able to find a great shot, looking for a second one, charges into the smoke, but gets caught in the gravity well instead. Icy able to find 2 kills of his own. Now it's going to be 3v2 in favor of St. Clair. Icy not able to fall quite yet. Vcan stays alive, keeps that dream alive. However, JRC picks up Ave. Now it is a 23 HP Omen in a dream.
Yeah, he's dead. There's just...
Oh!
I'm a liar.
Ravish, you liar, you!
All right, bro. He should have lost that trade, but I gotta admit that from there, the sightlines too was actually lined up pretty well, and the spray was a little bit better for the Phantom. So I'll give that to him. That makes a little bit more sense, and he has the spike with him as well, Seth.
Yeah, I think he did everything right. You can't engage there. You have to let them peek into you, because if you're lined up on their head, it's an easy kill, and that's exactly what IC was able to do. Blossom now trying to get that flank. Even if the plant comes through, that is bonus credits for the next round, but it won't. JRC was able to collapse on top of the point there with the help of Blossom. That great pincer maneuver wins them the 4th round there. Going to be going into round 7. St. Clair up 4-2.
And so we fall back into the conundrum that is the bind TPs. You want to rotate, go into a TP. You want to get out of it, go into a TP. You want to pull a sneak move, let's go inside a TP. It gives away everything you're doing and then some, which is another reason why I'm like, okay, bind has a nice gimmick, but that's all it is, Seth, is a gimmick.
Yeah, and they'd be a lot better if an entire marching band didn't play every time you went through one, but definitely certainly a dead giveaway. We saw that happen to Icy. They knew exactly where he was. They were able to capitalize off the back of it. Lupo gonna get a little bit, I'm not gonna say over-aggressive, but maybe peak just a little too far. The Lear making an appearance now. Shadow trying to find something, but Vcan has the firepower advantage. Wilker on the point, drops down to 7 HP, but found the spike plant regardless. Ave does fall to Lupo. Vcan finds Ares. Now, all of a sudden, it is Icy and a 7 HP Jet. This is going to be a really difficult round to turn around.
SLU stuck on the back and a lot of it. Nice peek.
Oh!
Yo, Icy's actually cold. My man has nothing but ice in his veins. That was sick.
Living up to the name of Icy. Ice in the vein, but death on the brain. It's going to be able to fall early. That is going to be Icy going down. 5 points to 2. St. Clair. I don't know. I feel like if they just clip Icy's wings early, they should be able to walk away with these rounds pretty effortlessly.
But that's the thing, too, because you see how Icy is playing so much farther back, right? That's the job of the Omen. You go ahead, you set up your smokes, you put down your paranoia, and then you go about your merry way. Now, considering SLU lost that one yet again, like you mentioned, they're stuck in that ping pong right now, Seth. And now, although the ping is now currently their way, that also doesn't mean they can also try to buy up all full of the util. So they consistently be lacking until they win 2 in a row. And so continues the ping pong of their side takes as well, going from B to A to B to A to B to A.
We're on round 8, and I believe this is the first time all 10 players have had an actual rifle in their hands. So this may be the first round that is actually, you know, in quotes, fair, to the point of everybody having similar firepower. Now it's really going to come down to that utility usage. And like I said, as long as Icy stays hot on there, stays cold rather, on this Omen, that's really going to make all the difference. JP getting a little bit overzealous. Here comes a little bit of, here comes a little bit of death for Icy. The showstopper will be able to stop any plan that SLU had moving into round 8. Lupo has to flank on Ares as well. Looks like Ave and Ares pretty split right now. It's going to be really hard to engage a 2v5 when you're both taking basically 1v3s.
SLU find themselves in this position like every single time.
Every time.
Every single time. And now Ave, yet again, last one left alive. Although he's playing the job of the lurker, right? There has to be a certain point where you have to see, okay, do I just push with my team? Because St. Clair isn't necessarily like pushing out either. And I find playing the lurker on the attack round, especially on bind, he's not giving them much information. He's kind of just chilling back and waiting. So I want to see Abe step up a little bit.
Yeah, so you definitely look at the scenario of like, oh, Cypher's not going to do well on the offense, right? This is a defense-sided map, as is almost every map in the game. But you look at this, and if you're not using any utility on Cypher, you're like, oh, I'll do better when I'm on defense. But if you're swapping to defense 10-2, that's going to be really hard to turn around. So I think a little bit more consistent util usage from Ave, whether it's just those cages, whether it's just a tripwire here or there, could really go a long way for SLU.
Could not agree with you more here, Seth. SLU continue to bounce back and forth between these sites, but Casper!
Oh!
That... I gotta question that one now. That was nice, but it was unanticipated, unfortunately. And the site is just theirs, man.
Yeah, Icy Storms in. Casper was turned into a friendly ghost there, just taken immediately offline. That's crucial. They're already up 5-3. They've got point presence. Ave able to find JRC as well. SLU, they have woken up here. They are just storming through this round.
Suddenly, too, I find that St. Clair have decided that suddenly, you know, it's they played a little bit too aggressive. They rotated too fast. And I see 3K and there's a 4. Woo, okay.
Icy finds the 4. I mean, that is phenomenal there. What a great way to turn things around. If you can take if you can take the second half 6-6, you can force a full-blown reset. So if, you know, best case scenario, SLU walks away with the next 3 rounds, they can tie things up at the halftime and really start to give St. Clair a run for their money. But St. Clair, they've only got to win 1 more to give themselves a guaranteed advantage at halftime. So SLU, their backs are against the wall, but, you know, they're down, but they're not out yet.
No, not at all, Seth. I think they have more than enough a chance to bring it back on in. But the thing is, it is 6-3 here, right? So these next couple of rounds have to be the same sort of tempo momentum as they had previously.
Yeah.
I find Biden's a map things get snowball out of control, and I think that might be the first bit of snowfalling.
Yeah, speaking of things snowballing out of control, a teammate dying directly into a Hunter's Fury is not going to be able to open up as much space as they wanted. However, that may have been done to cover the sound of Icy's TP. I'm not positive, but Icy is now successfully flanked in the back line. Might be able to catch out Lupo as well, but whiffs the shot. Lupo does not. Finds that headshot kill, and Icy will fall. Casper picks up 2 kills onto Ares and JP respectively. Now it's going to be Shadow. 1v4, it's possible, but at 10 HP with no util, it's going to be very difficult to pull off.
I mean, difficult is a little bit of an understatement, right? But yeah, definitely, right, 7-3 with the way you're looking at it. If St. Clair just continue to play their own defensive game, which they have been previously, by just chilling back, going back out of the sites, and allowing SLU to come to them, then suddenly this game looks unfortunately a bit unbalanced. But what I want SLU to do about going forward too, slow things down a little bit. You know how much they have to play their corners, so there needs to be ways where you guys are checking and moving together as one, because y'all get caught out a little bit too often.
Oh, speaking of getting caught out too often, JRC caught with a bomb buddy in hand. However, Casper is the first one to fall. We see a lot of damage. Shadow down to sub 25 HP, has to commit those Seekers, trying to keep this movement alive, and it looks like they've been able to. Now, point A, or site A, in possession of SLU. However, the operator has fallen. JRC might be able to find a kill onto Shadow. They certainly will. Maybe pick up a third. No, Ares does find that counter kill. Ave puts down Lupo. Beacon, that sole survivor once again, just cannot pick up that kill. Ares able to find that 3rd kill of the round. SLU bringing the score 7-4.
Last round in the half.
You see stuff coming out from them, and now like he's 7-4. This rush down strike coming out of the SLU. That's what worked before for them. They don't give St. Clair the time to even necessarily respond. And they moved as a unit, which is what I wanted to see previously. And St. Clair at the same time deciding like, yo, let's go and step in their face as well. It does not work out for them at all. Now watch out for this attacking up coming out of JP. This is I would be interested to see if they can actually make it work, but it's the last round, so go off, King.
Yeah, go off, King, indeed. And I think go off is exactly what we're about to see these ultimates do. 6 of them available right now. And, oh, excuse me, the Empress will not be making an appearance as Lupo falls before they get the chance to use it. Casper, however, finds Shadow early with that Hunter's Fury, able to tie things back up in the blink of an eye. V can't turn their back at the worst moment. Oh, what happened? Where did the Cypher not turn the corner? Did they just go right past each other?
I think so. This is... I mean...
Oh, Abe was outside the wall. Okay, Abe was on the other side of the wall. I thought he was on the corner. No, he was still on site. Okay, that makes more sense. But this here, Casper and Icy, they're on the same side of the wall, and Icy will make sure they're on separate sides of the ground, but Casper 6 feet under. Blossom picks up a kill onto JP, but it's Icy who secures that round win for SLU. 7-5 halftime. This is unbelievably possible to come back from.
This is very, very doable right now for both of these teams, right? Because if we're looking at SLU, it comes down to the next 2 pistols as well. And we're gonna say Clair, it's if they want to continue these 2-round leads can definitely be beneficial too. But on the attack, we saw aggressive they like to get. So I'll be interested to see if that's the same sort of strategy that they do decide to stick with. Considering what they're posting and setting up right now, it is likely going to look. Is looking to be a 4-man A rushdown with maybe just one going through showers, but instead, no, they'll just go 4-man runner down right through show with Reyna kind of looking at the back.
This is where I'm going to be looking at SLU to succeed. They've got the Cypher on the defense. I would argue Omen is slightly more defensive-sided as well. However, I think he can be played both, a very hybrid-style character. But as I say it's St. Clair who just storms the castle, and they're able to find 3 eliminations out the gate. Now, they trade 2 of their teammates for it, but they come out victorious in the numbers, and that's all that matters. The double flank from SLU, super dangerous here. One lucky lineup, and we can see a collateral double.
But 2 just chilling up back inside onto U-Haul. To you see that Raider tries to come around with the fire to find 1. They spot the arm, but they know where they're at. This DP is gonna be tough.
There it is, Lupo with an accidental flank, but a flank nonetheless finds that kill. SLU, they're gonna be able to. They're almost able to turn that one around, but I think Ares was a little trigger happy there, and it unfortunately gave away their information faster than they wanted to.
Unfortunato indeed, but the rushdown strike continues down from St. Clair, and now SLU yet again, they have to be able to see how they translate the strategy going up there on the defense. Now, it seemed as well that before they were trading pretty equally, and it just came down to who was holding on the site and which sides that they were holding. I don't think that St. Clair would likely do the same strike yet again, because you saw previously how they got caught out right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So yeah, and see yet again. They decided, yo, let's chill for a couple of seconds. Things should be perfectly fine. Let's let them come to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be sending in the bird on the side of SLU. Shadow trying to get some recon, trying to get some information. They know somebody's over there. And I'm going to be keeping an eye out here. This is a crucial round because statistically, St. Clair is the one that's supposed to walk away with this. They are supposed to have the numbers and the firepower. Casper trying to prove that point exactly. Ares is going to be the first to go down, and that's really going to help out the engagement here for St. Clair. They're up 1. Shadow's almost dead as well, down to 15 HP.
They're able to, the door actually was only able to find 1, though. That shouldn't have happened. I know they nerfed that too, but that was a walking right click. That seems definitely improbable. And although they managed to maintain, they managed to get the spike down too. I want y'all to look at the back and at the Omen and the Jet. If they come at the back through Heaven, this should be a pretty even take, because once they're coming through the spawn, and Abe getting 1, but they're just throwing them off. JP gets 1 more.
Yeah, JP picks it up. Casper, though, with a 3K, trying to put that ace away, keeping the dream alive for SLU. However, down to 20-something HP, maybe even less. JP going up for the spike. Pros don't fake, but Wilker certainly will. They will fall as well. JRC puts down the 2 surviving members of SLU, and St. Clair, they are 1 round shy of double digits.
Now this is actually St. Clair's like first overall like double pistol win overall, considering in this set. And I think this overall strat does fit them well, right? Because you saw just how aggressive they like to get, and they leave a lot of the strategy down to the gunplay, taking these short, quick swings and seeing whether or not they can just gun down SLU before they spot them first. Just try peeking all the way here, Sep. So I think like Util isn't a big name of the game. It's people just trying to shoot.
My ult's not ready.
Shadow about to get into a fist fight with a boom buddy, but able to make it out of the engagement. We see a consistent pattern so far of the Saints choosing to approach A site every single time. Maybe they'll go for B site if/when they lose this round. However, Lupo gonna get caught out by the double there. Icy's Bulldog puts down Lupo pretty aggressively. Now that's gonna open up the flank through showers as well. So if the Saints want to do something, they're running against the clock here.
9-5 as it continues to be with the guide on light, not finding any information. They rotate over onto the B site, but you got to watch out for the Silva, who's just stuck in that extremely tight corner. I'm sure they must be expecting it because they know how St. Clair likes to play.
Oh no!
There we go. There's the molly to clear it out. Good read on that. But now it is just a left true tiger at the site.
Oh golly, and the double blast back in from JRC, perhaps a bit too aggressive. However, a great bait, a great trade as well. Blossom finds that kill onto Abe. 3v3, the health in favor of SLU, and now they force St. Clair into that. Excuse me, St. Clair has forced SLU into that retake situation once again. The util from the side of St. Clair should be incredibly helpful here to walk away victorious with this. Oh, they go to line up, but somehow they've got the firepower over St. Clair. VCAN, the sole survivor, going for those setups. Here comes the nade, possibly right onto Spike. Going for the defuse here, getting healed up as well. And oh, what a nade directly on the Spike. And now buying some more time, finding the first kill, looking for the second, not quite able to find it. Probably going to commit that second nade. Oh, there's the second kill, but no! They were already halfway there. The defuse comes through, and it looks like SLU is able to emerge victorious just barely at the end of the round.
I think if at those final couple of seconds they decided to go for the second lineup and put down the molly too, that should have been theirs. A tough call to make, definitely, but nonetheless, they managed to defend it. They get the defuse too. St. Clair. See, it's moments like these where I find that they falter because they're deciding to take these 1v2, 1v3s. In situations where they have absolutely no cover, right? They're very, very confident in being able to land these shots, but when we're up against 3 people, you can't kill everyone at the same time, unless you're an Odin abuser like I am.
Very true. The Odin or the Ares, those are the ones that'll clean up a team in a blink of an eye, but none of those have made an appearance here on Bind. I would suspect to see those on Ascend, our second map, but either way, I'm really excited to see if St. Clair can hit these double digits. I feel like SLU, their performance has already been notably stronger here in the second half. Icy, however, getting a little overzealous perhaps, not able to engage quite the way they want to. It's going to be SLU. Ares, oh, what a wall bang from Lupo. Ares down to 30 HP, stuck in the teleporter.
He's done. He genuinely can't leave without fear of dying at this point. The fact that he manages to make it out, the wide swing, and there's the Ares that we were seeing hasn't made an appearance, but following this man to do so. And there's this Ares, which is also stuck.
Speaking of Ares, we've got this one, I think, going for a save attempt, but eventually all 5 of them are just going to walk over. They know he's in there. He's got nowhere to run. He's 30 HP, but they cannot find the bullet they need to kill him. The nade on the door. All the util and more being committed to this teleporter door, but unfortunately they cannot find the shot they are looking for. He's not even moving. No way. They can't find the kill. 17 HP and Ares lives to tell the tale. Amazing. Amazing.
That's the dumbest thing I've seen today.
I have to agree. There was like a firing squad missing every bullet they have, but
it was like stormtroopers just trying to shoot one target. What? That's crazy, man.
That was certainly something.
So, Sep, how's your day going?
Better than that. Better than 5 people missing every shot they have onto a single player at 17 HP. But hey, they're still up 10-6, so they don't get all 5 kills. They got 4 of them. They win the round. Say la vie. Lupo able to find Icy already, so St. Clair, they're a little upset about that one, that they whiffed so many shots. They're a little embarrassed. They're going to try to walk away with a flawless here in round 17.
Yeah, this is an anti-Hika, so I wouldn't expect much out of this personally. Right now for SLU, like the most I find they can try to do is maybe just get 1 to 2 picks. That's pretty much that's pretty good anti-eco in my opinion. You know, just getting a couple of kills, 300 credits in your back pocket.
Golly.
But they'll okay.
Double Hunter's Fury. Wilker is able to find that kill onto Lupo. Pretty crucial moment. Now, they send the recon bolt out after the Hunter's Fury. An unusual choice is that usually is swapped around so you know where your opponents are. You can let them kill a little more consistently. VCan able to put down JP there. St. Clair, they've got the numbers advantage just barely. Casper puts down Ave. Can't be, I mean, anything more than 20 HP. It's going to be Ares. What a cosmic divide. He just blindly walks out and gets mowed down. That is going to be crucial, but we see Shadow, I mean, what is that? Yeah, I was gonna say 20 HP. This is that crucial moment. Shadow maybe goes for a save. They worked out last time, but if you're not watching your 6, you're not gonna get caught out.
So the Cosmic Divide is also, I find, one of those tools that can be really interesting and make for a solid beneficial tool here on Bind, because everything on Bind makes so much noise. If you have Cosmic Divide in just the right spots,
yeah.
And suddenly, you know, you turn into those rotates into some of the best outplays as well. If you're able to bob and weave in between them. Because fun fact, if you put the wall in front of the TP, the sound does not come through. So if you rotate it out, nobody has to know.
Oh, Wilker going to be bringing out an operator here. Hasn't had the best of luck with these so far, but oh, that luck is not going to get any better. Would not be a Jet player without dashing straight into a wall, as we just witnessed there. I do that every time as well, so I really can't hold it against them. Icy, the 36 HP teleport trying to make an appearance, or a disappearance rather, trying to get the flank on the team. Might be able to do something, but I mean, St. Clair, they've already found so much damage. They found a kill, Omen's at 36 health. They're really looking good to take this round as well.
And these
and a lockdown to boot?
Yeah. Yeah, but they find one of the rotate as they go on it. They managed to get the yacht, but the other side is they have not planted it yet. I'm assuming they're gonna probably plant right down into neutral.
Oh, what a smoke. That's so great. They knew he had an operator. They knew probably, you know, the likelihood of them being on the high ground with an operator is super high on Bind. There's only a few spots to stand with an op and be effective. So they took a gamble. It paid off. And Ave, no, commits the neural theft and then gets collateraled with Ares. Oh, devastating. Now it is Icy, where this is bold. 18 HP in an operator. Oh, the Owl Drone knows where you are. No, run, Icy. Oh, this is devastating. Icy might be able to make it out, but they know where he's at. This feels so unlikely. Gets gravity weld. Oh, okay, makes it through. Desperately running. Might be able to hide? Question mark? No, don't try to take the fight. Icy, no.
Just check every corner.
No!
He is the op. Like, it's like, if you get one, I mean, that's fine, that's cool, but that also means that, like, St. Clair now has a free op for themselves. Let's match point here, Sep. So these guys have just decided that, yo, no matter what happens, let's just W key in, man.
Yeah, W keying in is an option, is a choice that you can make, and it looks like the operator was actually not saved. So they put him down and decided not to take it. Can't say I blame him. I love the op, but I don't think Bind is the map for it. I think you get more value out of different weapons. I do want to comment, though, Wilker, not able to afford an op this time, goes for the Guardian instead. Not a weapon I feel we see often in competitive settings like this one.
It's a 1-for-1 trade as they both go down these, like, super shallow sidelines. But the spikes are rotating and looking towards that B site. I feel like what a lot of what's going to matter is how Ave defends the site for now, and him getting one more is a really great start. SLU continue to fight for their life.
Oh, VCan might be able to find JP if they're careful. JP commits that dash. Oh, and here comes a showstopper. JRC is angry for this kill, trying to keep the point open. Overcommits, nobody's behind boxes, unfortunately. It's now a lot of util being committed to where nobody is. JP up on the high ground, gonna get smoked out by St. Clair the time they need to plant the spike. However, SLU, they've still got that numbers advantage, and now they've got the high ground advantage to boot. Shadow falls, eliminating that numbers advantage the very moment I say it. This is gonna be a tough one for St. Clair to keep, but SLU, I think they've overplayed their hand a little bit.
Sinclair just have to make sure that they maintain this U-Haul control, right? I get Yedin just kept saying how important this all is. But the question has to be, the trades going in their favor is just VK.
Buy time. Just buy time. Be annoying, but no, VK will fall, gets caught out by that 2v1. Icy almost dies to the nade, but has more than enough time to defuse. So SLU, they are on death's door, but they are not knocking quite yet. 4.4 seconds keep them alive here on Bind.
Sinclair hate playing safe.
They truly do.
They hate just like, you know, like you mentioning, buying for time, playing for these rounds and playing a little bit more strategically. They want to win with their guns, or they will choose not to win at all. I mean, no flame when I say that too, but like, yeah, within about 2 or 3 of these rounds, like you were mentioning, if you're a little bit more annoying, if you play a little bit more back, suddenly the round goes your way. But Sinclair, I can see why you guys are confident. They're fantastic duelists. As look at this setup, this is a little bit interesting. We're running back onto the A site with 2 pushing through showers and 1 going through short. But the spike holder is there. As we can dies here. This might be not too great.
I think not too great's a good way to put it. I think this could be not too great. We see the Empress available from St. Clair. They have not used the Empress once, not in the first half, not in the second half. I think it just became ready. I'd like to see it. I know it's not a make or break ultimate because everything you the Empress you should be able to do without, so not popping it is not the end of the world, but it's definitely an ult that, you know, if you have it, might as well use it. It's a weird one to sit on, I think.
And plus, considering it's the last round, then like,
right.
maybe you do it, maybe you don't. But watch out for this. They might commit it right now because you do push out through showers. The smoke doesn't get it, but that Lear though should tell them a little bit as to where they might be holding. But going through showers right now might not be the play. I think
you could Cosmic Divide down the middle. You could just Cosmic Divide down the middle and storm the castle if you really wanted to, but that would be a very courageous play. You'd have to do some dodging and weaving, so to speak. VCAN picks up JP, but Icy, with such a crucial trade, the wall bang nonetheless on the JRC is going to be pretty good to find. VCAN goes down, and Icy has come to life here. Lupo able to find that counter kill, but it's a 1v2. Honestly, pop the Empress. I'm going to say I think that'd be great to do, but Ares is going to find them with their gun out, and Ares will be able to turn that around for SLU. Now only 4 rounds separating these teams.
Yeah, SLU's kind of just stuck around a little bit too long. I find they was looking to force them, like you were mentioning, that sunk cost fallacy. Because they were thinking you were already here for so long, we might as well just try to commit to the entire site. Meanwhile, off on a rotate would have actually been beneficial, but allowed them to get out without losing anybody as well. So unfortunate round there, and SLU continue to stay alive here on this Bind map.
Yeah, and I want to point out early here, while we're looking at this, Icy has 24 eliminations. Next on their team is 12 eliminations. So Icy is very much the Atlas of the team, holding the world above his shoulders. Definitely making the entry frags the difference, so to speak, for this team so far. JP gets a little bit overzealous, gets caught out a little bit by Casper, took a little bit of damage here and there, but the Shock Dart now going to catch Casper down to 21 HP. The TP from Icy in to spawn here is going to be a weird one, an unusual choice, but perhaps one that works out at the end of the day. A Paranoia through the map, going to be able to catch a couple of folks, and it's Icy with that first blood of the round, finding JRC. Has to tuck tail and run, somebody's behind. JP finds VCAN though. SLU, they have waited till the last possible moment, but they have remembered how to play Valorant, and they are here with a vengeance.
Sinclair right now just getting caught out one after another because they're just like,
oh no,
they're just becoming fixed. They're pushing as a one-man unit, but unfortunately, within Valorant, that can only lead you so far, sadly. And them just dying on top of that one after another means this round they're very much the SLUs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, unless Blossom just unlocks their 6th chakra and lands 4 headshots in a row, I think we were kissing that round goodbye. So SLU, I mean, if they hit double digits here, the economy for St. Clair getting worse round after round. They can't even full buy here. I mean, if St. Clair loses this round, I suspect them to lose the next one as well. Like, we may be looking at a 12-11 scoreline.
You got to remember as well here that this is St. Clair's map choice.
That's true. That's true.
If Ascent goes like SLU's way, which is there, so suddenly we're looking at a possible just straight BO3 to start off the night. But on match point for a couple of rounds now.
Oh, it's going to be
Clair
huge.
decided that they should, just bind it together a little bit, so to speak.
Absolutely. We see caught up in the boxes there. Blossom, though, with the first blood, able to find Ave, so the Cypher, all that recon, down the drain immediately. That's going to be huge. The Owl Drone figures out where Icy is as well, and JP just cannot find the shots they needed. Lupo picks them up. This is I mean, are we going to watch St. Clair win on a Thrifty? That would be quite impressive. The Hawk coming out from Shadow, actually able to find quite a few, but no, the blind fire from JRC. All of a sudden, it is Ares with a Vandal, ironically enough, and they will be able to find one. Not quite able to find two, down to 30 HP. I mean, you can't go for a save, you're gonna lose. Oh, the Hunter's Fury, though. That could be colossal. Might be able to, will find one, able to find two, puts down Casper as well, and all of a sudden it is a 1v2. If anybody's gonna do it, it's gonna be Ares, but Lupo on the corner finds the kill, and St. Clair will be able to kiss Bind goodbye with a 13-9 scoreline.
Little bit too close too close for comfort for my taste.
Absolutely.
Personally, Sep, especially considering how close those rounds got to right near the end. But I find with St. Clair, this was yet again their map choice. They wanted to go to Bind, but I find, and this is what we saw out of here, that Ascent might be a whole different story.
Yeah. 100%. I think we are going to be seeing different agents. I think we're going to be seeing different weapon utilization. We talked about the Ares and the Odin probably being a little more likely. I think the Op is a lot more likely, especially down mid. So I think a lot of changes are going to be coming out from both teams. Icy, most elims in lobby. I don't think anybody's surprised by that. 25 and 18. So not the best KDA, but the most elims. And at the end of the day, that's what matters most here. Even though it's almost like we're looking at a sandwich. Icy's on top, and then the rest of his team is at the bottom. So I think maybe if somebody else underneath Icy can pick up that momentum, pick up that speed, that could have been even closer, if not a win for SLU.
Close games across the board for both of them, like you mentioned, but I think there's still a lot more game to go as you could see on throughout the day, Sep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got at least Ascent, maybe have a third map depending on if SLU can turn that around. I believe we're going to be thrown into a short break between maps, so everybody use this time. Get up, stretch your legs, get water, use the restroom, do what you got to do, but come right back here because Ravish and Sept have some more Valorant action for you folks in just a couple of minutes.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having FitGamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training upper one both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet.
My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The FitGamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back once again. Septilins and Ravage here to bring you map 2 of the series so far. It's been an interesting one, a close one to say the very least. I mean, ending 13-9, but every single round felt like it was just by the skin of its teeth. This is, of course, St. Clair Saints versus St. Louis University. A lot of Saints, but two different teams. Nonetheless, we're going to be jumping into Ascent. So, Ravage, just looking at the map as a whole from what we've seen from this team so far, are there any agents you think are a guarantee to see?
Many, in fact.
Let's hear it.
I mean, I find within this map, I think Sova is one that I find is definitely prevalent. Killjoy has to be a must in terms of info agents too. And then in terms of overall duelist selection, they can't be a little bit of a toss-up. I think Jet definitely on both sides should be pretty prevalent. Raze, if you're feeling freaky deaky with it, I like Reyna a lot on this map. I think Reyna is really, really good. And what I personally, in my heart of hearts, I want to see Breach, but I know we won't. What? If you want to change this up a little bit, you'll bring out the KO. It's actually kind of nice here.
I agree. I play KO on this map, not all the time, but you know, if somebody else locks duelists, I'm not going to be that triple duelist guy. So I usually will put in my KO card, so to speak. I think you're spot on. I think we're going to be seeing Jet. I think we're going to be seeing Sova. If there is a double duelist, I think you're completely correct. It's going to be Reyna. If you are going to be seeing the Killjoy, that's great. If you're not, you've got to have that Cypher. You cannot give up that kind of recon on a map like Ascent. You've got to have one or the other. And running a comp without either, I mean, that's not quite a death sentence, but it's pretty darn close.
Look, man, I know I said a little bit about what you were saying as to what we could potentially see. Let me make my case a little bit on one agent that I want to see. So there's a man with a beautiful goatee and a long ponytail that, although his flashes give no information, he deserves more love, in my opinion. Oh yeah, and Astra, because Astra's everywhere right now.
Astra, they can nerf her as many times as they want. People are going to keep locking her in. I don't know what it is, but I'd like to say we were spot on. I mean, just looking at St. Clair here on the left, Sova, Jet, Reyna, and KJ. That is almost perfect. I'm not the least bit surprised to see the Astra. I would be surprised to see the Omen, though. I don't think that's a bad choice, but I think there are better options.
I think it kind of depends, right? It's just like within the, although Omen isn't necessarily a bad option, it does really depend on your overall comfort level because Astra is a lot of getting used to.
Sure.
I will say though, Astra can genuinely like the soul hold sites, and plus her combination alongside Killjoy is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Especially if we're looking at trees too, setting up gravity walls alongside those mollies, they make for really free picks.
Yeah, so I'm double confused because Shadow was on Sky last map on Bind. I think Sky is infinitely better here than Omen. I think Sky is a great choice. She's, again, one of the strongest agents in the game. I mean, I'm really curious as to why they'd pick Omen over Sky. I mean, maybe, like you said, maybe it's a comfort thing. Oh, Omen's been around a lot longer. I don't know. It just feels unusual to me.
Yeah, it's it can be a little bit different, but like you're mentioning, right? Aside from the comfort thing too, it can also really depend on what kind of plays you want to set up
Very true.
These ages too. Although with the Astra, you kind of just soul hold and kind of play off more so of utility. With the Omen, right, you're looking to set up right more so for just those long time smokes. You're looking to push aggressively with those paranoias too, and plus those paranoias actually make for a really good setup if you're looking to clear out the sites, which and also push aggressively, which you can also do with Breach's Concuss. But I'll let's hold off a bit.
Honestly, I would be surprised to see Breach. I feel like he's, if I'm not mistaken, he has the lowest pick rate in the game, even beneath Yoru, which is shocking to me.
Really?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm not positive, but I feel like I read that somewhere, is that Breach has the lowest pick rate in the game.
That actually makes me really sad.
Yeah, it's crazy too because I don't know. I feel like there's some agents like I can't remember the last time I saw Brimstone anywhere, but somehow Breach is lower than him on the percentiles. JRC's on the Jet now. Wait, that's a crucial thing to call out. So swapping duelists, going from Raze to Jet, I don't know if playstyles get more different. Raze is so kick down the door and just punch anything in your way, and Jet is a lot more tactile. She's a lot more mobility based. So JRC has to flip the coin here, play a different playstyle.
Disagree. It says in the duelist commandment that you are to rush it onto a side.
Hold W.
Exactly. So look at that. Look what G
That's
is
why
doing
we
right
don't.
now.
That's why we don't hold W, Ravage, because Wilker just immediately dies. However, Ares, crucial double kill there. We see SLU, they're up, but only by one. St. Clair, they've snuck their way in. They had to sneak their way right back out. They've been forced into a retake scenario. Lupo trying to hold that high ground. Might get caught out by Shadow here, but Shadow was the bottom frag of last game. Only had 9 eliminations across the 24 rounds. Lupo now, with that frenzy, going to be able to find A from the heavens. Vcan, gets one tap. The classic was nerfed, but not far enough. Vcan will fall. Lupo trying to save the day, but the reload interrupts it all, and SLU will emerge victorious here in round 1.
Now, this was kind of exactly what we saw previously with those rounds, but this is SLU's first round pistol win. So shout out to them on that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which is absolutely huge, right? It does kind of like cause for a momentum shift even. But yet again here, Seth, you see that a lot of these rounds and although it's pistols, it's just seeing, okay, who has peeker's advantage, who can have dry peek first, who's actually going to die, and will I have to reload? Maybe this shit's going into this round, though, as, okay, that was a nice little drone that catches up.
Oh, no!
Rushing it yet again!
I thought they were all in that corner. I didn't realize 2 of them were behind the wall, and I thought we were about to just see a massacre. But no, a couple are able to make it out. However, JRC still falls. They go for the one-way smoke. They peek through, and Casper, a little bit overzealous there, trying to find that one kill. Instead, gets traded out. This might be a flawless. Shadow pulls out their knife for some reason. It's okay, though. It's not a flawless. Abe walks away with the Bucky kill regardless. This is SLU's map pick, and I'm usually hesitant to say a team is going to be better at Ascent than another team because everybody's played this map thousands of times, but all things considered, I mean, SLU is looking really strong.
I think, okay, so I do want to try to hold all my judgments until after, like the first, I would say, at least 4 rounds. But yeah, you could definitely say that. Like, considering just these first 2, this was a very dominant start from them. Let's see how things shape up. That trade should not have been won. That's, wow, okay.
The Marshall, I love the Marshall. I think it is such an underrated gun, but it's going to be found out there pretty early on. Ave now to find a double kill here of Vandal in round 3, getting hyper aggressive. Wilker trying to come in, but get caught out by Casper in return, who locked a Phantom of their own. Remember, folks, statistically speaking, this is supposed to be the bonus round for St. Clair. They're supposed to be able to put 1 point on the board, but so far, SLU, they're trying real hard to make sure that doesn't happen. We see Ave ever so patiently on the corner, not quite able to find the kill. Blossom picks up the trade, and now it is a 2v2 across the board. However, Blossom is, I mean, that can't be more than 10 HP.
I'm going to say it's 7.
I'm going to say it's 9. And I don't know if we're going to find out who's right because they might die before we get to spectate them again.
I'll take this.
Oh,
it's 16. We're both wrong. All right. If this is Price is right, you would win. But nonetheless, the catch trade, beautiful, dark. Actually spots them, but as they're crossing, and Shadow cleans it up. A 3-0 start right now, Seth, for SLU, and especially cutting off to the bonus. St. Clair are kind of just running around here too. It doesn't seem like they have a clear game plan as to what they want to do on this. Want to do on this map, which is interesting because, like you were saying, everybody plays Ascent. And especially if we're looking at the defense, right? You can't exactly use your rush down strategy we saw before on Bind to actually catch a team off guard because SLU seem to be prepped for everything as of right now.
Yeah, very much so. And I've got to say, Shadow, I mean, already looking better on this Omen than they did on Sky all of Bind. That's not meant to be an insult. I just think the Sky really was not working out, and Omen very clearly does. The name Shadow also makes more sense for an Omen player anywho. Icy's going to be able to find that kill on a VCAN early. Lupo caught out in logs there. Shadow finds that elimination once again. I think Shadow already has 5 elims. They had 9 in total on Bind, so they are playing notably better Ave as well. Not missed a headshot yet. JRC will fall. Casper with the Bucky! The Mage Punk Bucky at 6 HP, trying to make the magic happen, but gonna fall to Icy. Blossom picks up that kill onto Ave, but now, okay, the Vandal, that makes things a little bit easier, a little more possible, but Icy now has the rundown, has the download, and Blossom is just pincered beyond belief. Not quite able to find the kill. Corner peek, not working out well. There it is! One goes down. St. Clair, Blossom just has to do that 2 more times and get a defuse. That's not that hard, right?
Nah, that's perfectly fine. It's extremely doable, right? By the way, I am actually a little bit worried here for St. Clair because if this is on the defense,
yeah,
I'd be interested to see how things go up there on the attack. You can see why SLU picked this map. They've just trucking along here, my friend, or as Nemo would say, they just keep on swimming.
Yeah,
I don't know if I used that correctly, but
it works. I liked it. I thought it was nice. But absolutely, I mean, this has just been SLU all day long. I feel like I've only seen, I think, 4 13-0s ever. 2 of them were on Ascent. So this is a map that people, if they've got the download, they'll run this all the way down. And SLU, they've won 4 rounds in a row. If they take us to a 12-0 halftime, I mean, I will be flabbergasted, bamboozled, dumbfounded, and all of the above. I mean, just to see that happen after a 13-9 loss on Bind would be pretty shocking. But SLU taking a lot. Speaking of shocking, that Shock Dart picks up a lot of damage there. The Empress coming out early. They're trying to make up for that lost damage. Here comes a Hunter's Fury, though, as well. Ares putting all their eggs in one basket. However, JRC with the op finds that kill. Lupo puts down Ave, and St. Clair, they want to find that first round win here in round 5.
Close round here within 3 to 5 as they're looking at as they're going down through Catwalk, though. You can see the rotate coming out from St. Clair. They're going to pick up their first round here, this 4-round deficit. But this kill right now here for Casper is absolutely crucial. If he goes down, it might be all in. He aggresses out, misses 2 darts. This is well done from him. And they're still, look at St. Clair's position right now as we're set. They're still just chilling, waiting to see which side they want to go to.
Oh, JRC, patience is key. Does not pull the trigger even. As I say, it gets a little overzealous. They're dropped down to 64 HP. JP, dashes in just right into the line of sight of Casper there. Gets taken offline, and St. Clair, they win their first round with a flawless at bat.
Well done from them. This is what I wanted to see out of St. Clair, right? Look, just slowing things down for a couple of seconds. That's it, because we see how SLU have a clear strat to this map, right? And St. Clair was decided that, maybe we can just like pew them down. Might be just easy going from here. Nonetheless, though, as they change this up a little bit, looking towards the B site. Spikes will drop outside. Hard to fear use early on to get a little bit of information. Gets one pick. That's a nice opening. And them getting shadowed too, but there are still 2 more ultimates up as well on the side of St. Clair.
Yeah, and that Cosmic Divide, we only saw it once on Bind, but by golly, did it make a difference in the round. Vcan puts down Abe, removes any possibility of a neural theft. Icy moving through the smoke, but the bot gives him away. Not taking any damage in the process. Commits a Lear on the corner, but Vcan playing far enough back. Blossom, though, overextends just a bit, and that can make all the difference. Icy Lear's in the back here, reopening that engagement toward mid. Ares able to pick up Lupo. Casper finds Icy. Wilker puts down Vcan. It is a 2v2 across the board. Sova and Jet v Sova and Jet. This is going to be a very difficult turnaround here. I think there's one operator in the hand of Wilker right now. Oh, JRC has an op. I'm sorry, I mixed up my Jets there. This is going to be a difficult engagement either way. Goes for the fake shot on the door, swaps to the Vandal instead. Oh no, there were 2 ops in play. I really got confused there.
He has to dash out there with the kills, goes their way, might be nice, but getting this op out of his head would be big. The wall bang! As they try to enter the site here, set, but Casper wins out. Oh, getting so close.
Out of charges. Revealing area.
1v1, the Spike's already in that ladder tick phase. I think Casper needs to just admit defeat and run, but now you don't even get to run. Casper gone. Somehow Ares survives, pulls out that knife, keeps the dream alive. SLU going up 5-1.
It was a good effort out of them, but they don't manage to get the op out of their hands, out there sadly too, because within this, right, you're looking at the Peakers' advantage that they have on their end. So, and that's the kind of play they wanted to see out of SLU in the previous round. Just making sure that, they can just stall things out, just log enough to make sure things go their way. But look at all that they have available to them. The econ not looking too bad. I would be interested to see if St. Clair just kind of invest it all in this round, and that might not be the way to start it.
The Blade Storm from JRC. Oh, you're already down to 64 HP as well. That is going to be... that's tough. You've got to hit those shots. It doesn't insta-reload with the right click anymore, so it's become so much harder to use. Wilker, though, around the corner through Market, picks up 2 using the Sheriff as the secondary no Blade Storm needed. That is going to be crucial here. SLU, I've got to say, just on this Jet in particular, this Jet has made all the difference so far. I don't want to say a Jet diff quite yet, but Wilker has just been tearing it up across the board. Misses every single one.
Yeah.
Ares finds it, and JRC falls. That is another ultimate St. Clair gets no value with.
Sad there too, without losing everybody as well. That means that SLU right now are in prime position to take things in very dominant fashion, right? With a 5-round lead, and now St. Clair stuck in the ever so prevalent ping pong economise. That's economy in the French, I believe. So now they're stuck on now that with them being stuck in such an unfortunate position, we have seen them win rounds without the economy, right? We've seen them win on the save, which was their last round, I believe, on bind. So it might go their way, but the attacking op from JP unfortunately is a little bit off to the mark. But Jess doesn't manage to do it, and he gets tagged as well. He's so holding the side here, man.
This is courageous. Solo holding the site and peeked main with an op as well, or excuse me, he peeked A long. That was bold. You lived to tell the tale, but you just got lucky that bullet missed. The run and gun got in the way a little bit. The trajectory of the bullet fell off to the wayside there, but SLU, I don't know. This feels like a different team to me. They've been so much smoother. They haven't just been holding W to engage, and Casper finds Ares. As I say that, per the usual, I compliment a team when they lose the round, but just very strong gameplay so far. JRC has the Sheriff, and that's it. I don't know what happened to the op. I thought there was an op in play at some point, but now a Blade Storm from SLU. Wilker wants to win this one. Shadow finds Lupo. JRC puts down Shadow in return. 1 blade missed already, only 4 to go. Wilker finds the kill. The blades will get reloaded. As that operator as well as Blade Storm. Going for the spike plant, however, the lockdown going to be making an appearance of its own. Updraft onto Heaven, going to be able to call it. Oh, catches out Blossom there. Now it's going to be that 1v1, misses the right click, and is not going to miss the shot with the Sheriff. JP Wilker able to secure a triple kill and another round victory for SLU.
VCAN didn't need to be there. None of them needed to be there. No.
I don't know what happened. Nobody
man.
needed to be there. I don't know what went down, but I mean, JP just took an inch and ran a mile.
Yeah, just that tracking in there was a little bit. How do you say the opposite of bueno? I think that's what I'm looking for here.
No
Alex.
bueno.
Yeah, you get it.
That certainly was no bueno. I mean, I'm confident to say that.
Tragic, unfortunately. But with this now here at SLU, they can essentially just do whatever they want. Their pockets are aligned with as much cash they could possibly carry.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, that's just free. Because this is, if you look at it, that's what St. Clair did in the previous round to SLU.
Yeah.
So they're kind of adapting and evolving and taking up the strats.
Yeah, in this game, so much more than others, adaptation is what this game is consistently about. I mean, if you run the same thing over and over, you're going to lose over and over, right? You're going to get read like a book. You've got to be changing up your playstyles, your engagements, and more. Now, VCAN just lets himself get executed there. Blossom finds the counter kill onto Wilker, but SLU finding themselves up 4-2 in the matchup. Blossom has the Cosmic Divide, but I really hope they don't use it because you will get absolutely nothing out of it. Ave is able to find that kill onto Casper, and Blossom bites the bullet as well. St. Clair, I mean, they've really began to struggle here on Ascent. SLU, they're up 8-1.
Yeah, this is a thrashing, Sep.
Yeah, it truly is. I mean, to be fair, we saw St. Clair up 9. Okay, wait, I want to jump back to this while we're on the replay. I can't say I blame JRC for not checking that corner because who holds that angle? Who does that?
Yeah, it's bro, the amount of times in my games that I have to say, bro, why are you here? If I did
literally
that, I would be a millionaire. I kid you not. Like,
yeah,
just yelling.
Like, I know I wouldn't have checked that. I know most people would not have checked that corner because nobody's supposed to be there. So I can't really say I blame JRC for dying there, but they're already able to get a little bit of vengeance. Icy still finds that counter kill, uses that E to engage. Ave from Tree picks up that elimination onto Casper. Now in a 3v3, 2 ultimates available from St. Clair, only one, and it's the TP from SLU. Okay, I don't even remember what I was saying beforehand, so we're just going to pretend I didn't say it. But
that was amazing. JRC misses the op shot, dashes forward, and dies. That was,
classic Jet, though. Let's be real.
That was phenomenal. I was fully expecting him to dash out away into spawn, but I'm almost sure that I think he just had the directional input wrong.
Oh no!
And instead,
no! Oh! How was everyone looking the wrong way? There were 3 of them, and nobody was watching.
Like. I saw that coming, but I was like, wait, like, I just thought it would have been 1-for-1 and it wouldn't even matter, but like, nobody was watching. Like you said, they're all watching the exact same angle. Guys, come on.
They were all watching a site they had already cleared. I don't know what that was other than just devastating. Like, I just felt my heart break into 2 pieces. That was just emotionally shattering for me.
That was amazing.
Icy definitely just clipped that. Like 100% chance. Why would you not? I mean, oh my goodness. This is, I want to say that, you know, St. Clair can turn this around. We saw St. Clair up 7-2 on Bind, and then it ended 13-9. So there's a chance that St. Clair turns this around. But I mean, SLU, they chose Ascent for a reason. They just have to download on this map. Casper, however, might get downloaded into the mainframe, might get buried 6 feet under here. Sends out the Owl Drone, a little bit of an overcommit from Shadow. I think their bullet found a little purchase, but the wallbang from Casper is going to come in clutch. However, JRC was traded out by Shadow. St. Clair stuck in a 3v2, but a Hunter's Fury. I like the aggression. I just don't know if I like the fact there's no follow-up. Ave finds a free kill on Blossom there in logs, and now Casper just has to do the impossible, and they're not quite going to be able to get away with it quite yet. 30 HP, the spike's already in the later tick phase. Finds the 3rd kill, but you can't find the 4th. You've just got to run. I'm not sure he's going to get out in time. No, he's good.
Nice.
No!
Oh, man. But even if he didn't, he would have still died.
Yeah, that's very true.
And because the tragic state the economy's been in right now for St. Clair, they can kind of just half buy a forward where they can and try to get as much util as they can as well. Because We see a Bulldog, we see we see 2 Spectres, and then 2 Vandals. But most critically, VCAN is 1 away from that lockdown, so that can really be a game shifter if they try to go play for an alt orb, or if they get a pick. I don't think they'll play for the alt orb for now, though. None, but they're all going over onto the A site, so are you able to get one on transition?
What was our third map? Are we going to be... Yeah, okay, alright. So
Haven.
if anybody's curious, our third map is Haven, which as of right now feels relatively likely that we're going to see it. However, St. Clair's, they find themselves up 5-3 and make it 5-2 as St. Clair, they have finally chosen to play the game once again here in round 12, the final round of the half at that. Best case scenario, St. Clair goes into the second half 12 or 10-2.
Which isn't bad, right?
I would respectfully disagree.
I mean, okay, to be fair, I've seen a 10-2 comeback.
I also have. That's very true. That's very true. I mean, we've definitely seen it happen. And St. Clair, they find that 2. Now they've just got to win 8 rounds in a row to tie things up here. And to be fair, I mean, realistically speaking, they win the pistol round, they're almost guaranteed that next round. So they can make this 4-10, and then 6 rounds is obviously better than 8 rounds. So if they keep that positive momentum, that'll be a great turnaround here. Is this the triple kill we just saw a minute ago? Casper on the engagement on the Shadow, and then on to Ave immediately after. Yeah, so that was just a great opener there. I don't know. I hope St. Clair can bring this back a little bit because, I mean, SLU, they've hit double digits before halftime. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's not the greatest position to be in if you are right now St. Clair. I still would contend to say that I don't want to call things over till they're over.
Sure.
Maybe, and just maybe, St. Clair are a attacking sided team on Ascent. Right? This is where the comfort zone is. Not to be fair, previously on the attack, for bind, things were not like super bueno. I would still, wait, and I will hold my breath to see how things go. But VCAN going down is not a good start to my breath being held.
Yeah, and JP, I mean, already almost eliminates the other jet. That is going to be crucial. A lot of damage has been dealt to St. Clair's. They lose, like you said, they lose VCAN early. Lupo falls as well. Wow, are we sure they nerfed anything about the right click? I mean, that is just the 3rd time. Ave! Oh my... I made a very simple request after map 1, after bind. I said, I just want somebody that isn't icy on SLU to step it up, right? And I've got to say, JP and Ave, they heard my call and they answered. They are both top frag in lobby right now, 15 and 13. This is going to be Ave's double kill. Just 1 tap. Turns into 2 tap. It has the spike possession and everything. Chef's kiss performance from this Cypher so far.
Phenomenal stuff. We finally see that the lurks are starting to work out, right? Because we just saw it there too. He gets a couple early picks, and we were saying before that if they manage to get the first pistol, then suddenly the second goes away. But they did not manage to get the first.
And now they're going to lose this one too, statistically.
Look at because look at this, bro. They managed to buy up like 2 Aries and a Marshall as well. As we're getting a small little pause. For St. Clair, it might be a little late to call for pause right now, but y'all go off. We'll see what y'all can do.
This is one of those moments where I completely agree. You're down 11-2. I feel like you should have called a pause like 5 or 6 rounds ago, to be honest. When we were looking at what at the time was like a 1-7, a 1-8, that, I mean, around there is probably when I'd call a pause. You're like, all right, listen, we've got to fix something. We've got to change something. We've got to look at this. You got to look at every round as a GG go next because Valorant, as many esports, is very... almost more mental than it is physical in the sense of when you get in your own head and you really start to like get tilted or get angry, that's when teams start to underperform. And I'm not saying St. Clair is angry. Like I said, I don't know the team very well, but I know most teams, when they lose a couple of rounds, it's really hard to keep your head in the game. So this break might be the exact opening they need to get their heads back in the game.
Would you say that it's time to get your head in the game?
You gotta get your head in the game. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think that is crucial to do that right now. And this I mean, there's no better way to put it. This stinks for St. Clair right now because they lost that first round. They've got to win this one with just pistols. I mean, it's not impossible, but by golly, is it going to be tough?
I mean, tough is an understatement, Seth. it's going to be a task of not even Herculean type of context. You gotta walk up Everest, with Crocs on.
Walk up, you've got to move it at this point. You've got to move mountains to make this happen. So this is gonna be a very tough one, Casper. Let's see if Icy can do anything early. Casper just goes for the ult orb early. They get the cover they need. They're able to find it, and Icy in for a rude awakening as all 5 members of the Saints are storming into A site. A phenomenal paranoia comes out from Shadow. The spray and pray. Gonna be 41 HP now. Ave picks up a kill onto JRC with that Ares wallbang. Crucial, unbelievably crucial moment here. Let's see what is going to be able to be done here. Ave on the high ground might be able to find VCan, picks up another one on the Blossom. It is Ave all day long. This Ares, the god of war indeed, trying to make sure that St. Clair can't pull off anything. Lupo will be able to find a kill, but you've got to find 3 more. Lupo puts down Ave, and all of a sudden, it is Casper with the frenzy, 11 HP in a dream. But oh, it's going to be Wilker who puts down Casper. More than enough time to defuse this, and now it is going to be 12-2. St. Clair, I can't believe this is the same team that won Bind.
Point.
This is...
Oh, yes.
Bro, when Pretty Woman, when she just like completely gets that full makeover and you can't even recognize the person anymore? This is what it is.
Absolutely. SLU, during the break, they got a makeover. We brought in the makeup crew, and they just touched up the team. This is phenomenal. I'm so curious. Hold on, let me double check something really quickly. So the Saints pick defense on Haven. So who chose Haven? I think it was the Saints. So
Haven was the bad one of the left, I believe so.
Oh yes, right. That's how bans work. So nobody chose Haven technically. So I'm actually really interested to see that. If this is going to be SLU performing well on a map they chose, or can they perform just as well on a map that nobody chose?
I'm gonna hold out all hope. You can consider we've seen 2 different teams on here. SLU in the previous map, like, they were very, very close, right? But now in this one, like, I don't know what woke them up, but I would not want to be that person. Still, basically in a 4-3 so far, these areas doing a fair amount of work, not allowing them to cross, but catches one of the reload. Speaking of Ares, there's one.
I can't believe Ares won that. 9 HP, but that's definitely not a firefight you're supposed to win. I mean, the wall bang and everything, but somehow they were able to pull it off. And I'm terrified for St. Clair right now because Ares is alive, and Ares is just the player if anyone's going to turn around some kind of clutch whatever. Now, Icy sends in a pretty aggressive... Never mind. I was going to say a pretty aggressive Lear, but immediately bites the bullet. Ares able to get rid of the turret as well. 9 HP in a dream. I think VCan's playing this totally right. Play around that corner, wait for the defuse sound, and then choose to engage. But there it is. Can't do much with 9 HP. It looks like they are going to be keeping the dream alive. St. Clair, they find their 3rd point. They only need 9 more, Ravish.
That's, by the way, so just side note, because I've completely abandoned all thought and logic as to what's actually happening in the game anymore. That was actually the new melee that came out of the new set.
Oh, yes,
I think it's so cool. It is very Borderlands style of stuff, and I love it. Plus, bro, have you seen the finisher for it?
Yes.
It is the greatest thing on the planet.
The finisher's amazing. I just love comic books, so I'm very excited that it's there. I think it's super, super interesting. I think it's a cool one, to say the very least. And speaking of cool things, Wilker, making sure they remain cool, ice in their veins, winning on the brain. Ares with a 1-tap to Casper as well. That one hurts. That one hurts. Folks, you gotta check your 6 sometimes. You just gotta do it.
You gotta pretend like you walk in a bad neighborhood, right? And you have everything on you. You check around, behind you, and everywhere that you're in. Now I say that because I live in a bad neighborhood, so I gotta make sure to check everywhere as well.
I live in what I always call nowhere, Ohio, because I feel like I'm the only person out here. Nobody lives near me. I'm in the middle of a cornfield. But, JRC, trying to make sure nobody's around them either, getting that elimination onto Wilker. Might be able to find a crucial kill here. Shadow might be able to right-click if they're lucky, but no, what a great smoke, honestly. Blossom able to capitalize off the back of it here. Abe with the shorty, what will they do? Trying to flank the corner, but Blossom finds the kill as well. 3v2 in favor of St. Clair. JRC, no idea somebody's in heaven right now. Ares might be able to do the work here. 150 HP. This is definitely doable, but JRC finds that flick. Icy gets called out by the bot as well. I think St. Clair's actually going to be able to win this one as well. What are you doing?
Their plans on A actually so far have been really, in my opinion, just instrumental too. Because the biggest thing is that SLU give them way too much space to move in, and then on their retakes as well, they're playing very split. They're going in, they're dry peeking, and they're going past doors and corners, which they know will likely have somebody inside of them, and just trusting themselves to possibly just flick and win. Although the opening picks are quite nice, but they can't convert on top of them, and they give St. Clair the space they need to actually get the spike down, which realistically, if you have the man advantage, like that could not happen and should not happen. But hey, man, that's another round for St. Clair, so I'll take it for them.
Absolutely. We're working out what I always like to call, I refer to it as the Valorant factor or the Esports factor, because these teams just like wait until the last possible moment, always, whether it's overtime or 12-round victory, just that last moment every single time to remember how to play the game. And it feels like St. Clair has done just that. They are backs against the wall. They were down 12-2 at one point, and they have finally won a couple of rounds back. They've got the econ advantage. They've got a couple of great ultimates as well. In every round until the end of this is going to be a now or never.
You have to play on a knife's edge, making sure you go off of it. Nice, getting one more of those switches in. Nice dismiss, but that means they get street control. They can move it throughout the entire set, but they can't get the spike down yet as Ares gets another.
With that Hunter's Fury, JRC plays way too dangerous, but it does pay off, luckily enough. Maybe a great setup there. JP misses the op shot, and JRC finds the counter kill. Ares puts down Casper, but I think we might have to kiss the sands goodbye here on Ascent, especially as JRC goes down. It is Blossom with a dream, but it's Ares who ends that dream in the blink of an eye. SLU Esports, they win Ascent 13-4. I mean, that was mostly just brutal. That was almost entirely SLU the entire map.
That's crazy. That was absolutely wild. Where they got off to what I think like a 6 or 7 round lead right at the beginning, right on the attack and on the defense. They looked absolutely impenetrable.
Yeah,
the question
now. The elims aren't nearly as high as they were last time. We're looking at top of the leaderboard, 18-16. I think last time it was like 26-24 or something like that. So a much slower game in terms of eliminations.
I mean, how many rounds were there, bro?
Yeah, that's fair.
There weren't even as many rounds, so that you could rack up those elims if you wanted to at that point. So a unfortunate and tragic situation to be in, but an interesting one, because if we can look forward to the next, that means that Haven, a map that I don't know which team is more comfortable on, but I'm excited to find out the result.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be thrown into a super short break once again, so everybody use this time, use the restroom, get water, do whatever, but come right back here for the third and final map of the series. Somebody's got to walk away victorious. We'll see you folks in just a couple of minutes.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for the third and final map of the series. St. Clair Saints with 1 point, SLU St. Louis University with 1 point of their own. Now, they both won the maps that they chose, but we are now jumping into a map that, as we said, nobody chose. Going to be jumping into Haven. That was the only map left. Not only is it an interesting map in the sense that nobody picked it, but also the only map in the game with 3 sites to plant. So, Ravish, I'm going to ask you the same question. Agents, do you think we're going to be seeing anybody specific here on Haven?
Cypher, Sova, and Jet.
Spot on.
That is the 3 that I know for a fact will be in here. I think Killjoy isn't bad, but because of a util timing out, I find things can get not super great though.
Yeah.
Reyna, depending on their preference, but considering how these teams have been playing, I'm almost sure we're going to see a Reyna. If you're crazy, you might see a Yoru. If you're interesting, I want to see KO. If you want to make me happy, pick Breach, please.
If you want to make me happy, feel free to pick Raze. You know, as long as we're throwing our choices, our requests out there, I'd love to see some Raze gameplay. But
pick
either way,
Chamber. No, make both of us happy. Pick Chamber. Go into the source code.
Hack the game. Pull him out. I honestly can't wait to see him. I think completely unrelated. I think when he's put in the game, I do think he will be a must pick on Haven. I think his teleport in particular is going to make him insane on that A site, where he can teleport from high ground to low ground and whatnot. That's going to be busted.
A must pick on Haven, Split, and Fracture. I think 100%.
Fracture's a good one. I didn't even think about that.
And Icebox, I think it could definitely be like really cool, or 100%, because then you gotta just like rush down these sites, bro. The fact that on a pistol round you get a sheriff with 8 bullets
for free, for free. Oh, that's gonna be insane. He gets a sheriff for free. One of his abilities just hands him an operator. Like that's his ultimate, I think. But it's gonna be absurd. That guy's crazy already. He hasn't even come out yet. But either way, let's look at the agents that we do have that we can choose from. The first thing I want to note is we were spot on. Cypher both sides, Sova both sides. It looks like Jet's going to be on both sides. The thing I want to keep an eye on, though, Icy has chosen Phoenix. That's a choice.
Okay, if they pick Omen, then that SLU is literally picking like season 1 composition, bro. Right? This is
literally.
This is a standard. I would have expected to see a Sky, though. Like,
I wholeheartedly agree.
Sky was amazing on Haven, and I'm personally shocked that we haven't actually seen her at all since Bind. But I'm personally a little bit confused because I found like Sky is like this is like a standard pick.
Yeah, I would like to say. Nope. See, of the 3 that we were just tempted, I feel like Astra was the worst one there. We saw the Sky pick. I was pro Sky. We saw the Sage pick. I was pro Sage. I think the walls are insane on this map. And then the Astra, is that in response to the counter Astra, like the opposing the enemy team's Astra? I do not know.
They don't know, right? That's the thing.
I don't know.
They have no idea. But I find that for a controller aspect, Astra on Haven does actually fit the bill because of her versatility of all her stars, right? And where you can put them and what you can do with them. Definitely, I like the pick a lot, and Astra definitely has become more of a staple. Just this entire BO3, Astra has been extremely prevalent. So I get why they're doing it. I'm still holding out a hope. Actually, not even hope, but I'm interested to see how they actually set up their attacks too, because there's no flashes on the team, especially for St. Clair, right? You have your 2 Lears and you have Phoenix's flashes, but you want this entry in with the smoke. It's
Yeah.
Oh wait.
It's interesting because I think both these teams are defender sided. So it's really going to come down to who overperforms on the offense to walk away victorious. Now, Abe from SLU getting hyper-aggressive. Lupo, though, trying to find a double kill in return. Cage goes up, and they're just going to use it as a shield, try to run into a C site, and actually they're able to do so. However, the spike is currently rotating around toward A. So a lot of slow rotations in. It looks like, they're going to go all the way to that A site instead. It's not quite going to be open as it appears the Sova from St. Clair is going to get there right beforehand. Now, Blossom putting down Ave is crucial, is beyond crucial. It is a very important matchup there. Wilker finds Casper as well, so a 5v3 turns into a 3v3. The Astra alive on both sides. I really want to see what these stars can do.
So once you put down, we see that only 1 star is there as well, so it's not going to cover Heaven for too much longer. And when that goes down, that does give St. Clair free access raid with a peek out into the site. No camera spot being put down. The spot's one great tag for Weekend, as I know where they all are.
Ooh, Ares finds Blossom and SLU. They have taken that momentum from Ascent, and they're going to try to run with it. Some positive progress so far. They've found themselves up 1-0. Statistically, they're supposed to win this upcoming round as well, but, we've seen how that works.
Yeah, it's it does definitely become, I want to say the Spanish word being interesante. Right,
I believe that's correct. Yes.
when you're looking to overcommit on this, but SLU getting this pistol round here yet again does kind of pose favorably for them because you saw what they're able to do before here. But with this gun advantage, right? This round should definitely be theirs, and the site being extremely open. So the C plant is all them. But look at the position coming out of St. Clair. They're flanking all the way around.
Oh, Ave chooses not to take the shot. I love that, but JP, wow! I was going to say a little too courageous there. Abe sneaking in from the back, and it is just a field day for SLU right now. JRC finds Ares, but you've got to do that 4 more times, and now you're at 40 HP. Oh! This is a disaster as much as can be. Abe finding that 3rd elimination here. SLU, I don't know what happened on Bind, but I don't know. This feels like a completely different team.
We said it over and over again, and I find like definitely just the aggression coming out of St. Clair is not posing favorably for them at all. I think Bind came down to comfort a little bit, and maybe just a little bit of those first game jitters. For SLU right now, they're feeling extremely confident, although the guns may not be in their favor too. For St. Clair as well, because they bought a sheriffs last time, they have all light shields, and the guns you could have to make a difference. Their bonus has to go their way. Wow.
JRC just had to tuck tail, did not have the firepower for the amount of footsteps that were coming around that corner. Ave now able to put down Lupo, might be able to find that 2nd kill, but no, goes to grab the gun, pays the price for it. Now a 2-for-2 trade coming out. It's going to be 3v3 left alive. However, the Jet from St. Clair, critical condition, cannot be more than 20 HP, and jumps down, just has the wings clipped in the air. Shadow finding a double kill here. Blossom, 82 HP in a dream, might be able to find some positivity here. Even just a kill would be great to help reset that economy a little bit, but I think they're getting flanked out by Wilker. Instead, it's going to be Shadow holding W around that corner and finding the kill onto that imposter. Now it's going to be SLU up 3-0. They win what is supposed to be a bonus round.
And they get 3 free guns out of it as well. So that means that econ going in the next couple rounds is going to be chef's kiss, my friend. So they're feeling themselves definitely. St. Clair right now, all up on the sheriff's seat again. That also means that they don't have a ton of the util to be able to use. And then no ultimates up either. So this round is kind of just, in my opinion, foregone. If they get 2 picks out of SLU, that would be the ultimate goal, I find.
Oh, VCan though, positive. Oh, yes, please show off that melee more. Please, just swing it around. Okay. JRC is going to be able to find Icy as well. It's going to be that 5v3 for St. Clair. So maybe they pick up a round. That's going to be more positive. It's going to be quicker than they were able to last time. Casper goes for that blind fire onto, I believe that, I actually wasn't able to tell who that was, but they're going to be, oh, it's Abe, excuse me, going to be taking a lot of damage in the process. Shadow finds Blossom, commits the neural theft. That is huge here. That's really going to help out SLU to survive the rest of this engagement. Ave might be able to find Casper if they play it slow, but currently stuck in garage, waiting for someone to make an appearance. Ares puts down VCan. Here comes that drone as well, getting even more reconnaissance.
Dude, she doesn't go all, it goes out through spawn. The man to find that Casper, like you mentioned. So they're all coming all the way back, but look here, the where the side is coming from all the way in through spawn. If you manage to get that deep flank, but it needs to be a little bit faster. And coming in, the spray.
Lupo puts down Ave. Another slow burn here. St. Clair, they were up, what, 5-3 at one point, and now they're down 2-2. This is going to be tough. Currently, we see Shadow on site, and the Sova from SLU's right around that corner. Might get caught out. Ares might be able to find the kill. No, it can't yet. Lupo is going to find one. It's going to be down to Shadow. Finds one elimination. Needs to find one more. Bust out the ghost, but Lupo has done it. Do they have the time to defuse? I do not believe so, but they're going to go to stick it. Pros don't fake, my friends, and I was a little overzealous. I think they've got this one in the bag. Maybe 2-point-something seconds left. No, 1.93. A thrifty round win for St. Clair.
So remember how I said that this round was foregone? All right, cool. I'll never say that again, honestly. Just because winning on thrifty like that with those shoe shares, they got 2 picks really early on. Because I think SLU just was not prepared for them to just push up that far, which is where St. Clair's strengths come into. That just catches them off guard and playing super hyper aggressive. Because they're on bind, that's where they just shut down SLU over and over again. These guys have phenomenal goal skills. But with the Empress up on one side and the Astral Wall up on the other, we'll see if SLU decides to commit to this round as they look towards C.
Going towards C, I'm happy to see a change of paces. I feel like we didn't get to see a lot of it so far. It's going to be a run it back coming out as well from SLU, so a lot of aggression. They commit every ability they have and more, storming through the Cosmic Divide that unfortunately nobody's on the other side of, so a lot of utility kind of down the drain just a wee bit. And I'm going to be keeping an eye out here to see what comes through the Cosmic Divide, right? Do they just wait for it to dissipate? Do they try to charge through, catch the rest of the team kind of off guard? Or is it going to be that slow play? Now the Owl Drone makes an appearance. Gives them actually a lot of recount. They saw 3 people in the process, but BCAD just immediately taken out by Icy. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough as Lupo and JRC are finding a lot of damage themselves. Wilker with an op, committing a Blade Storm even, getting hyper-aggressive, trying to find this kill onto St. Clair. The defuse comes through. Wouldn't be some Jet gameplay without a dash straight into the wall. Oh, and a failed Blade Storm at that. JRC picks up every elimination available and finds the defuse as well. I think this is the closest we've seen a map the whole series. Only 1 point difference.
Yeah, SLU, once they got in onto the site, you saw they kind of just locked themselves in these 5 different corners trying to anticipate where St. Clair would come from. St. Clair being beautifully around those Astro Stars, use the smokes to their advantage. And once they actually dropped, you saw SLU was moving into the smoke, trying to aggress up against them. And it worked, unfortunately, very much in St. Clair's favor because they decided that, if the bait's going to come to us, we might as well go fishing. Easy couple of picks to start it off. As right now, St. Clair definitely feeling really good after what was the unfortunate start.
Yeah, absolutely. Casper now with an operator going to be able to find Ave early on. The Cypher falling, I mean, that is so much information just tossed out the window. Shadow has to grab the spike as well. You're down in the numbers advantage, and you have to engage, so it's going to be really difficult, but it looks like we're seeing a slow rotate onto A. Icy's going to get a Rude Awakening of a Tripwire, able to find it out. Ares going for a Hunter's Fury on C, so making noise on C, so there can be a clean engagement onto A. But Lupo, Patience, and Viper waiting to strike, able to find that elimination there, and it's going to be 5v3. SLU, they can still plant, but winning this one's going to be tough. They're going to have to play it slow.
Casper unfortunately whips on the second shot. He has the line to his weight. He's baited. He's baited out here the last couple of seconds. Spike not down as of yet, but look where they're all coming from in here. Set to going down.
Oh, JRC. Okay, great communication there from the side of St. Clair. When I saw one go down, I thought it was just going to be immediately on the other. Casper picks up Ares as well. Now it's going to be Shadow on site, has the spike. I mean, maybe goes for a plant here, goes for those extra credits, but that'd be a super dangerous thing to do. So let's see what Shadow chooses to do on the engagement. Casper again whipping the op shot. Really going to hurt. Now you've given away your location as well. However, the location of the Jet is still very up in the air.
I believe Shadow actually did kind of know that she was up by heaven, like considering how heavily that he's watching the site, but did not want to drop the smoke, right? Because as soon as he does, that there are a couple of seconds where he is unarmed, right, coming out of that meditative form. So just looking to see perhaps Jet would looking to peek through, but now St. Clair tying it all up, still with the op in their head, which is going to prove to be really fruitful. And from what I sense here too, JRC often not an op or even as a Jet.
Yeah.
So that's then leaving that in Casper's hand, I find you're only kind of good for your 1 or 2 shots, and because especially if you're playing a bit too far forward, and suddenly you just don't exert the same amount of pressure that you can on a Jet.
Yeah, I feel like operators and Jets, I always say they go together like peanut butter and jelly. You know, I feel like it's the Jets that are usually the op specialists for teams. Sova has no mobility. He has no abilities that make him move faster or quicker in any direction, but it seems not to be hurting them too badly quite yet. Lupo as well, overperforming here on Haven, most likely to make up for what was seen on Ascent. I believe they were bottom frag of the lobby, so really trying to turn this one around. SLU, they've got Icy left, who currently is sitting at 1 elimination. Curveballs the wrong way, but is still able to find the kill. Gets caught out by Lupo's leader, however, and that is going to be a 4th round win. St. Clair going as far as, I believe, 4 rounds in a row, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Like exactly like you mentioned, 4 rounds in a row to start it off. Suddenly St. Clair that maybe is it might just be like a heavily just momentum-based team that just one small little swing is exactly what they needed. And out with these 4, they do also have a lot of tools up in their back pocket they can use to just hold down the sights a little bit more too, with the Blade Storm along with the wall and the Neural Theft. Now for Lupo, we haven't seen a ton out of the Empress too, but one more pick and that'll be available for them as well. And Casper's still holding on to the op as we see got a little bit of pause.
Yeah, a little bit of a pause. And, I can jump back to the last time we saw a pause when the score was 10-2. This feels like a more reasonable pause, right? You're down by a single point. I actually didn't catch who paused, though. I'm going to assume SLU, if I had to guess. Yeah, so SLU is going to be the one to come through with that pause, and that's just interesting to see. It makes more sense here. You know, you're down by a single point. You're down in the ultimate economy, but you're not being 10-2'd. Right? There's so much room to come back on this. You're probably going to have to give up this round, force a 5-3, but this is probably discussionary of, you know, after this round, what do we do in the following? How do we improve to keep this scoreline as close as possible?
Exactly. Yeah. Just and what you lose 4 in a row, right? You're definitely thinking, all right, guys, what's actually happening here? You know, what's going on that we're just getting caught up like this? As things like that is where you get caught up with this. Lupo is.
Wow.
I was going to say he's about to die. He might get one out of it, or he lines them up and knocks them down. That was free for him.
Yeah, I think free is the perfect word. That was just a collateral double kill. Finds a triple, looking for the ace, puts down Shadow as well, and now it's going to be Ave. Might get Ave. I mean, Ave can probably do something, but at the end of the day, it's not a huge loss for SLU, right? Because they expected to lose this round, going with 5 sheriffs. There's not much you can do. You'd have to hit every shot. And I would love to see Lupo pick up our first ace of the evening. I think that would be great.
Would be quite nice. And I was mentioning that the Empress was available for him too. And everything else on their end. And they're going to choose to just play a little bit more safer. Camp the spike because that's essentially how you're going to win the round. There are 45 seconds left. I think you could like actually hunt for Ave. As the camera goes up, doesn't spot him.
Oh no. Oh no. No, why would you swing? Oh, and he's giving away his location. Oh, that's unfortunate. I don't think Ave knows exactly where he's at, but now Ave knows somebody's in there, hasn't heard any footsteps.
Ave could potentially put out the camera, try to like peek around on the other end, but yeah, there's 50 seconds left. Like, and saving isn't going to do you any good.
Saving a sheriff at that would be... Okay, there we go. Weekend puts him down. So Ave just burning out the clock here. I was a little surprised to see that, but it's going to be another round win. So St. Clair, I mean, they played slow. I feel like their non-sponsored gamer drink of choice has kicked in, right? I mean, they have really begun to turn this around. Lupo with the collateral into 2 one-taps back-to-back. Just, I mean, chef's kiss. Not quite an ace, but you literally could not have had a better round.
Because considering where Lupo was stuck here, right down by A long, like you saw that with no smokes and with no flashes, right? It would have been near impossible for him to get out. I thought he might have been able to trade, but yeah, that right there swings around in their favor. Now with Casper too, this op hasn't really exerted much pressure, but it's just as I say that.
Yeah, I'm gonna see Icy with the curveball. Oh, actually almost finds JRC down to 10 health. Probably not gonna commit the Blade Storm here. Let's see if there's any action coming out. Vcan able to pick up Ares here, so that B approach is not going to be working out quite yet. All the locations given up as well. Icy finds Casper in the momentum. Shadow finds Vcan 3v3. Here comes a run it back. Icy, critical condition, but still finds that kill onto JRC. Ave puts down Lupo, and SLU, I mean, it looks like they're going to be able to keep this round alive. Blossom finds the Phoenix in and out of the run it back, puts that Phoenix down back-to-back. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out. 150 HP versus probably 300 HP across the board. Shadow in the star, in the, I don't know what that's called, her passive position. Really easy target to take out.
Form, you could just say.
Oh, the Cosmic Divide. That's courageous. Yeah. I like the gusto. I like the idea, but they knew where the spike was, you know?
I mean, maybe they just wanted to use it. They decided just for a nice little round confirm. So I don't necessarily mind it. Could it have been used in a couple closer rounds? Yeah, for sure. But
yeah, for sure.
You do what you got to do to make sure you can try to pull it back if you are SLU right now. Any round you get is any round that you can take. And with a Cosmic Divide of their own, I want to watch out for that Needle Theft here on Ave too, because you've seen how important and kind of swinging they can be.
Yeah.
With just the mass amounts of position leaked over.
Oh, see, now I like this Cosmic Divide a lot more. I think this is a positive way to turn this around. It's going to be a great engagement on the C site. You know, it gives away such little information. The firewall comes out. Vcan finds one. Casper finds another. Okay, you know what? Never mind. The Cosmic Divide doesn't do anything because they are just storming in here. Blossom able to find that kill, and all of a sudden, I mean, so much utility was just used from SLU, and I don't think any of them have even fired a bullet in this round.
I'm sure they find a couple into the Cosmic Divide, which just got absorbed immediately, right? But
perhaps,
yeah, it's a 5-2 right now for SLU. So they're looking to see if they can actually maybe just get 1 or 2 picks, which would be the most ideal situation. Maybe they could just get the op out of their hands and just take that away, try to save it. Would be nice. And there we go.
Ave, 64 HP, he has the cage up, and a team ace! I love those! I think those are cooler than regular aces. A team ace is when everybody on the team got 1 elimination, so nobody carries the round. I think those are super neat. I love those.
I don't disagree with you. That just means that, everybody's out here is pulling their weight, which you can see looking at the entire scoreboard is actually very, very prevalent. 14-5 here right now. Coming out for the loophole, but with 8, 7, 5, 4, right? Yeah. Every single person right now is pulling their weight. St. Clair Saints with a 2-round lead, looking to maintain it too. That pause looking to be exactly what they needed. But SLU as well want to make things a little bit less even.
Oh, Vcan able to find Icy. JP with a very aggressive Blade Storm into the double updraft. I love those when they work. I think those are hysterical, especially when you go up over the walls on Ascent and even A-side on Haven. I think that's hysterical as well. But St. Clair might be able to pick up some action if they're lucky. Casper here coming through. Has the op, knows where somebody is, but not quite able to find that kill. I think he landed the shot because Shadow is at 2 HP.
Yeah, I think he definitely will. Probably got the wall bang too as well. Looking in the immediate dash shot. Abe didn't even have time to pull the trigger. But my man does not know how lucky he is.
Yeah, Ave, whether that was just general regard for trigger discipline or if that was just not a fast enough reaction, Vcan is going to find Abe, so Abe doesn't even get to pull the trigger, and it looks like JP does not get to land a blade either. Vcan with the triple kill. Lupo storming in, knows their crit, and it's going to be Casper who finds that kill and runs away with it. St. Clair, they're going up 7-4. They've guaranteed themselves a numbers lead, at least in halftime.
Last round in the half.
A flawless coming out for them. Now, for SLU as well, this does mean that the recon isn't hurting too much, but consider they're at 0. It also might mean that, they, especially for Shadow, might not be able to get and buy back all the stars that are possible and get all the util on them, which will definitely hurt here, because if you were the attacking Astra, you can probably get a couple of smokes, but nothing for your post plants. And with only 1 ultimate up, we'll see a SLU can actually get the Nerdle Theft off.
Okay, here comes 1 ultimate. I expect to see 4 more. It's the final round in the half. I mean, maybe not the Neural Theft if Abe falls before he gets the chance to use it, because of course you need a body to use it, so we might not be seeing that one. But the Empress, the Hunter's Fury as well, I suspect those to be making an appearance, and there's one of them, the Hunter's Fury coming out on C-Site, trying to make some room, but missing everybody in the process. The final blast does not find anything at all. Casper might be able to, won't find the shot. Icy puts him down with a 1-tap from the Vandal. Actually a 2-tap. Icy did miss the first one, but SLU, they have found themselves up in the numbers. That is all that matters here, especially they've got, almost a minute on the clock. They can play this slow if they need to.
7-5 wouldn't be a bad half at all, especially if you're going up on the defense. Right, SLU, I find, have looked a lot better on the defensive side, a lot more comfortable too. St. Clair with only 2 people left as post plant is easy. There's a note that we've been talking about the entire time. So, yeah, this St. Clair might be it for them.
Blossom's about to get folded like a lawn chair. They've got to be so careful. They're just getting collapsed in on from all 3 directions. Somebody made it through. I think it was Icy made it through the choke there. And Abe! Oh! Abe just waiting for it. Icy finds it as well. That is SLU's 2nd flawless in a row. I think.
It is indeed, yes, sir. Dang. Like you mentioned. So now with this, for the side of St. Clair, right? We've seen them actually pull off a lot of these hyper aggressive plays, and considering what they set up with most of the util, I think things should go actually pretty okay. On the side of SLU, their defensive halves have been phenomenal. They've been able to shut down St. Clair and all of the pushes if they're able to read the initial take. So right now, if they can see that this is going to be an A push, and then it might be quite nice. But I want you to watch out for this Jet. Like I get a push out either onto A long alongside the Astra, and then try to look in, towards that cross and get a couple of tags, if anything.
JP, gonna miss that first shot. I found a little bit of damage, but not quite the kill. It's gonna be Blossom and Lupo who walk away from that fight, taking out the opposing Astra and JP on that Jet. For the huge Ares, though, with the one tap. That's like the 8th time we have seen a Jet dash into somebody's LOS. It's gonna be Lupo and Blossom, though, cleaning up the kill feed. Icy finds one, but cannot find 3 more. The spike plant will come through, and St. Clair, they have just found themselves another round win, which statistically guarantees them this one as well.
The thing about that A long play is that you either have to be like using your own smokes, your flasher, try to go out and get the information first, because if you are at the will and regiment of their own smokes, so they know when they drop it, they know when they're going in, then suddenly you were a small little mouse stuck in a corner waiting to potentially die. They can't even get the trade out of that either. So Mad Advance is really going over into St. Clair's favor. So you, though, it's not too far off as of right now, but still just chilling with the sheriffs.
Yeah, Ares trying to find some value if they're able to, but Icy's the one that goes down to 4 HP. Has to commit that hot hands, trying to keep themselves alive. Casper finds JP in the process. I wish Vcan would just, I wish Vcan would constantly keep out that melee. I'm mesmerized by it every single time. I love it to death. I'm probably going to buy it when we're done here. But Ave is able to take out that elimination onto Lupo, keeping the numbers tied up 4-4. But St. Clair, they've taken a lot of damage.
St. Clair has to be a lot more careful here too, because you saw previously with the take that they're looking at right near A, things would have been like a little bit more like tough for them if they wanted to look down at the sewers. And we see, there we go, Abe gets one more. At a 3-2, although not a impossible situation, but one more going down. Yeah, Icy has that. I don't know about this set.
It's possible. It's doable, but by golly, is it unlikely? And yeah, Blossom is going to be able to find that kill onto Icy. St. Clair, they're 1 round short of double digits. Now, this is the upcoming bonus round that SLU is supposed to win, but no team has won the bonus round they were supposed to win so far today. So let's see if SLU can break that curse or if St. Clair is going to hit that double digit.
9-5 right now. St. Clair Saints. I feel real confident ever since that second half, I find. Right, just a small little pause was the exact shift of momentum that they likely needed. I'd be interested to see if actually SLU would choose to possibly just turn things around and maybe call for the pause going into the second half, as they're playing a little more default. I think this is the first time I actually see them actually pull out any kind of default in terms of attacks. Nice dash shot as Chicha won't get tagged by the dart, but look towards garage right now as well, as the smoke doesn't only cover the entrance.
Yeah, that's such a tough moment as well. Do you full commit that dash and lose it out of your util, lose it out of your kit just to avoid any damage, or do you just run, take a little bit of damage, and keep that dash for something else? I think dashing is the move there, but that might come in handy later all the same. Depends how the rest of the round seems to play out. We're going to be seeing that rotation now toward B side, it seems, currently hanging out in courtyard. Maybe even St. Clair is a little indecisive on what they choose to do, but yeah, definitely looking at a B engagement. Vcan coming through, trying to find that value. It's going to be the dash, the updraft dash. A great reaction time there. JRC and Blossom trying to make up for the fallen teammate in the form of Vcan, but it's going to be Icy who puts down JRC, keeping the dream alive for SLU. Casper finds JP. It is a 2v2. Astra alive on both sides. A Phoenix and a Sova in a bit of a 1v1 scenario here. Now the full rotation back around to see the run it back coming from Icy, getting hyper aggressive around the corner, but it's going to be Blossom who puts it down and sends them back. Casper finds Shadow. It's 31 HP. Icy trying to save the day, but I think St. Clair might have this one in the bag if they play their cards right.
So on one, though, we see it, consider with Icy with absolutely no util left at all. If you can get one pick, you can heal up, but he's walking into the exact side, and he gets tagged again. I don't know.
Yeah, tag. They know right where you're at. I mean, maybe you try to flank around, but Casper just peeks the corner and finds that kill in the blink of an eye. It's going to be St. Clair hitting double digits. Nobody will win their bonus rounds quite yet. It's going to be St. Clair finding themselves up 10-5. They are 3 rounds short of a victory, and I believe that would be the exact score they were beaten with on Ascent, 13-5.
So exactly that. So they're gonna get a little bit more payback, right? And after buying, right, you were thinking like, yo, this team has it, and then Ascent punches you in the gut. You do wonder where St. Clair went, and now with Haven, I think they compromised bringing a little bit more control of this. Same default setup we've seen before. The double garage plays interesting. The flash out I find was a little bit anticipated, but they don't manage to get anybody out of it. So I think St. Clair likely look to rotate out to A if they are smarty pants, which I believe they are.
I think the owl drone baiting the tripwire is like the funniest interaction that this game has to offer, because it's so, I don't know, it's just so goofy to me. You're so used to it grabbing players that when it goes off, you're like, oh, and then it's an owl drone. You're like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, you think like, oh, I got him.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's but instead of the mouse,
oh my God! Oh, JP. Oh my! Talk about a hero play! I am at a loss for words. Like, just 1, 2, 3, and the JP goes down. But I mean, that was just 3 shots, 3 kills. That was amazing.
I could never, bro.
It could not be me. Could not be me.
Like, how do you just have such perfect, like, just sights, and then and you know exactly where to line them up, and immediately, that was phenomenal, and I am in awe of your aiming skills, my friend. But the Hunter's Fury might not even need to aim.
A lot of Uto committed just to take out Icy there. Ares finds Lupo with the Odin, ironically enough, and now it's going to be that 4v4 turnaround. Lupo falling. Lupo has been a very crucial member of the team here on Haven, really opening up some great fights. We saw that 4K earlier, so definitely overperforming on Haven, like I mentioned earlier. But now that they've fallen, are St. Clair going to be able to turn this around? They're up, and Blossom, okay, yeah, maybe they will. Maybe they will, actually. Blossom is going to be able to find that double tap. AP commits the Blade Storm, but holy cow! That felt very similar to that moment on Ascent where everybody was looking the wrong way, and Casper just took prime opportunity of it.
And especially due to the Astral Wall as well, too, they knew that they couldn't exactly get through to go on in. That's basically just a death sentence. The garage was not in their favor either. So suddenly, SLU were just essentially chopped inside a corner, had to force some sort of play. And although not the wrong play, but the only option they realistically had that they could potentially do, right? Now, looking over on the other end, they're 1 away here from match point and 2 from game point for the St. Clair Saints.
I just wonder if we're going to be seeing a repeat of what we've seen earlier today in terms of, a team getting so close to winning and then they lose like 4 or 5 rounds in a row, or if this is just going to be St. Clair really able to run away with this. Icy on the Phoenix, able to find 1 kill, goes for the curveball commit, is able to land that 2nd kill on a JRC as well, sends out the hot hands, desperate to find as many eliminations as possible, but there are no remaining players in that corner. This is looking very good for SLU so far. Shadow puts down VCan, Blossom finds JP as well, and Shadow takes out Blossom. It is Casper not able to do much as Shadow finds that 5th and final kill. SLU giving themselves that 7th point.
So, I'm very, very hesitant about B plants, because although as interesting as they can be, they're just too many points of attack, especially for your post plants, for you to be able to defend them all. Because especially if we're looking here, like SLU can come from any single corner, and although you may have the main line of sight looking back through spawn or through window, just a little bit of a smoke and a small spray through like that, and suddenly things are not in your favor no more. So SLU, so staying alive a little bit. I have a couple ults online that could immediately shift favor on their end as still look at all this focus yet again right there by the B side.
Ooh, that is going to be Icy with another early kill. VCan does find the trade, but unfortunately I'm not sure that's going to be enough. You've got to find a couple more trades than that. A lot of ultimates ready from St. Clair, and they're in a position where I think get them out, try to win this 12th round, and then put yourself 1 away. But I just don't think that's the level of action we're seeing yet.
Lupo's looks right now as he pops the Empress. I believe, there you go. He takes the tripwire the final couple seconds and looking to rush in here, Sep.
JRC finds one, but Aries with the shock dart puts down VCAN, a crucial kill. The spike plant comes through, now a 3v3. JRC taking a bit of damage in the process. Ave finds that. I would call that a pivotal elimination, but now Ave on the high ground comes in the neural threat from above. I've never seen the animation lag out like that, but it finds the body nonetheless. They get the recon they need. It's going to be that 1v1. The Lear on the corner. Lupo goes for the rotation. Yeah, Shadow's got no idea where Lupo's at right now. Now Lupo has a little bit of intel, giving themselves away in the same breath, and it's going to be Shadow who picks up that kill. It's going to be 11-8. SLU, they are climbing back up into this fight.
Yeah, they actually saw where Lupo was right there on the final back seconds as it peeked in right through the other side. But I think once you have those few crucial moments, you could have tried to just go all the way around, maybe reload, but that's just semantics. I'm just assuming at this point. Committed the Empress too, but now will force them onto the save. St. Clair, after all this time, like you thought that they most definitely and completely had it, but SLU maintaining strong and firm, making sure that they take things around at a time, still not match point yet. But with the Sheriffs, SLU should really get the 9th round.
Aries going for that Odin gameplay once again. I'm really starting to wonder if their name is in reference to the God of War and not the weapon, because we haven't seen them use the Aries once. So I'm starting to think that maybe it is an unrelated title, but now they're trying to find a little bit of action on their own. If they can get any recon, they can go for the wallbang kill again, but looks like everybody's going to be able to make their way. No, not make their way out yet. They live, but a little bit of damage peppered in there. Now a shock dart going to be able to find a bit of damage on Aries as well. Down to 64 HP, goes for a shock dart of their own, but just cannot land it when they need to. It's going to be a lot of util coming out from Aries there, so that might be a bit of a thorn in the side later into this engagement.
I was gonna say, my man's rotating over. He has absolutely zero idea. Every single time I said, like, yo, it's the same. They don't got it. It's not like they might got it.
Man did not have a single clue what was going on around him there. That was certainly something.
So there's something is definitely an understatement. The question right now with this post plan 2 is how they actually plan on setting up. Because only one of them actually has a rifle. They could choose to chill at the back near spawn, or they can do this. This is going to be fun.
Oh! Blossom with the one tap, trying to give us a little bit more gameplay here. Aries finds 2, though! Actually, the 3rd of the round. I mean, that is going to be amazing to come through there. A lot of action now in favor of St. Clair's. JP going for the defuse, finds half, does not find the rest, but it's Aries who picks up that 4th and final elimination. More than enough time to defuse. SLU, I think I cast or cursed us when I said, are we going to see them get close to a win? And then the other team wins several rounds in a row. And SLU, they've done just that. 3 rounds in a row, all via defuse.
Things just keep flipping on their head. And even though it was the save, right? They took down almost every single person. This Odin gameplay has been a definite lifesaver coming out for the side of Aries. But that also means that because they lost so many people, that Econ wasn't in the greatest position. So look, Ave right now with life shields, there's a Guardian coming out from IC2. And Walker as well with the light shield. So things are very, very tough for St. Clair. If they want to do this, they have to do this now. Or else you can tie it up way into the next couple rounds.
Yeah, I mean, SLU, like you said, even if they win this one, that's a 1-round difference. And the economy for St. Clair cannot be good right now. They've lost 3 rounds in a row. Aries finding a kill on Lupo, right? Unbelievably pivotal. This is going to be... I mean, I don't want to say SLU's round for the taking already. They're only down by 1. Or St. Clair's only down by 1, but I just feel like SLU, they've been playing so unbelievably strong these last couple of rounds.
The economy is an absolute shambles, currently said. Which is why you see them out with the Guardian. Although I will say, I'm a big Guardian gamer. I'm a big fan of it. So I'm glad that I got to see it. But just not as just like this.
Yeah, I always call it the goofy Guardian because I feel like people usually pick it as a bit of a meme, but we're in a scenario where it feels necessary. JRC with some great reaction time there. Aries, though, you've got to put this guy down. He's unbelievable with this Odin so far. Another 3K, getting a 4K last round. Shadow playing a bit of peekaboo here with the Cypher around the corner. Vcan waiting for the kill, waiting for the peek, but finds the shot. The Owl Drone now going to give away his location. Commits the neural theft here. Has time to get at least half, but no. Chooses not to take it instead. Let's see what can be done here. Ares going to be able to get plenty of reconnaissance on their lonesome. Vcan's got to hit the headshot and they lose the round. And they do! Vcan finds it. St. Clair finally break the curse. They get that 12th round win. Now they just got to put one more down.
Man, that was close to no health at all. It had to be nothing but dome coming out from him. Really well done for Vcan, right? Holding strong, playing is super duper patient, and also listening to that footstep, had that tracking. So shout out to them. Now putting St. Clair at match point. This is also going to be series point for them as well. Guns all the way back up. Running back, he was right at the beginning.
You are divided.
Divide out early. Lupo with the opening frag. Blossom with the secondary elimination. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from St. Clair as well. A great curveball from Icy, but all you did was give yourself away. You can't curveball and then not commit. That just says, hey, I'm over here. So now Icy has given up his own information. It looks like we're going to be seeing not quite a rotation, more of a slow pace, trying to base something in. Abe, though, with the Stinger, able to find a kill. Lupo puts down Abe in the same breath, finding Icy. It's Lupo all day long with that third elimination. Wilker just has a Sheriff. I think St. Clair's done it. I think they've won the series. Let's see if they're able to do it. 13 HP in a dream. Let's see a 4-tap, but no, it's JRC who puts down that counter jet and wins the series for St. Clair Saints.
Firstly, shout out over to St. Clair Saints for taking over this series yet again. A strong map one and shaky ascent, but be able to bring it up, bring it out here on the final half. And I think that pause really just all that they needed.
Yes.
But still, SLU, big shout out to them. They looked really, really strong. These guys are solid.
Yeah, and this is the actually only map between the three that we saw that everybody got over 10 eliminations. Other maps we saw 3 eliminations, 6 eliminations, but the lowest in lobby 12. That's pretty crazy. So a much more even matchup across the board. And, that may go back to that point we made about the teams. Nobody chose the map, right? They're playing on almost the most fair ground because nobody was like, oh, let's choose Haven. So honestly, a great series. Unfortunately, we don't have time for an interview because we went to map 3 and we've still got a whole second series of the evening. So we're going to throw it to a short break. Everybody use this time, drink water, use the restroom, do whatever you have to do, but come right back here because Seth and Ravish have a brand new series with 2 brand new teams in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you folks then.
You're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Big Gamer changed impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind for that event. Prior to having Big Gamer's exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around game 5 would be tired. What's happened with the training we've been doing, when we get to these game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy. We're the team on stage actually that's sharp, and we're the team that's raising goals. Big Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they report their nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that aren't good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training with you both, has resulted in us lifting trophies to the event. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, they can report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
Fair. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. Good late afternoon or good evening if you're on the East Coast like myself, but whatever time it is for you, we're still happy to have you. I am Septilance, joined by Ravishing Ravish to bring you, Ravishing Ravish, by golly, I'm falling apart here. Anywho, we've got our second game of the evening. It's going to be UH University of Hawaii Esports up against Texas A&M University Esports, or TAMU Maroon, actually, is the team name. So, two brand new teams. Unfortunately, two familiar maps, but hey, there's a third one in the mix that we haven't seen before.
Yes, sir. Like you mentioned, although we're not going to bind yet again, we will be going to Haven, Ascent, and then Icebox. I love Icebox. I think Icebox makes for genuinely exciting gameplay. And I find that teams, when they hop into it, they either know this map inside and out, or they're running around hoping they find a single different pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Icebox also, there's a chance we don't see it, so I don't want to delegate on it too much because, we may see a 2-0, who knows. But either way, Icebox is the most vertical map in the game by a notable margin. I think that is super interesting. No other map has consistent verticality the way that Icebox does, and that calls for different play styles, different agents, so on and so forth. But instead of a map that's super vertical, we're going on a map that's not quite so. We're going to be starting with Ascent, I believe. Yeah, so TAMU Maroon versus UH Esports. And, Ravish, you got your wish not only once, my friend, but twice.
All right. Now, suddenly, things get a little bit more interessante because we got 2 KOs on both of these teams. Now, I know I was saying how good the KO is, especially on the set. I think is actually really solid with all the things that he can do. What I'm personally going to hold out for is, number 1, do these guys know how to pop flash? Number 2, what kind of lineups they got up with the knives? Because then suddenly things completely flip on their head.
Absolutely. Those knives are, I'm confident to say, one of the strongest abilities in the game. Completely shuts down all the utility that an agent has if they get caught in the radius of it, and it can make all the difference in a team fight. I want to see if they utilize it more mid-team fight, or if they go for that more traditional early fight, because it also gives away where people are, right? You've got to be in a certain radius to be hit by it, so the KOs tend to use it early, especially down that B hallway, and that can give them a good understanding of who is where. So let's see, more defensive, more offensive. I'm just excited to see KO. I think that's hype.
100,000% hit, homie. I like me some KO, and like you mentioned, I'm excited to see what these teams can do with them, but we should talk a little bit about the other end of the map, because they have essentially identical composition except the change-up of the controller between the Astra and the Ohm. Yet again, I would going down into comfort. I still think Astra is a little bit stronger because of the versatility of what she can bring out. Let's head on in.
Yeah, easy agree. Oh, Prefix is just, classic Jet gameplay. You've got to expect at least one dash straight into a wall, and we see just that. Why are you going to be losing one player early? Almost two, is they lose their Jet. I think she was at 30 HP. Oh, speaking of Jets at 30 HP, aggro caught out by some blind fire there. That's going to hurt as well. So TAMU, they've got the numbers advantage, but I'm not sure for how long.
This is the most interesting pistol we've seen so far in this entire day, considering no one died right away in the first 2 minutes, and no one just charging head first in.
Yeah, this is a very slow round.
Interestingly enough, there'll be a look at this with 3 moving in through catwalk and grot.
Great blade, though. Honestly, a great knife. Gives away a lot of information, but Comey will fall. Unfortunately, Aggro picks up that second kill of the round. The door closing on them, but it looks like Tessie picks up a kill of their own. A great opportunity here. The blade comes out, the spike as well, but blink and you miss it through the door. Tessie will fall, and Maroon picks up their first round win.
It was a good idea for them to actually try to rotate around, go through cap for trees, but the thing was that they needed to either have the lineup with the KO knife, or they needed to try to flash it or something if they wanted to move through trees. But unfortunately, Sport doesn't come through in time, and they all just get picked off as they line in one after another. If they manage to make it through, then the spike definitely goes their way, and that post play might have been a little bit less precarious. Nonetheless, right now, UH are playing a little bit more default too. You see what this one out the mid. Okay!
I didn't even see Prefix! I don't even know where they were! I was so focused on the KO knife that I didn't even see the Jet, and then all of a sudden, just head off the shoulders. Oh man, what a great way to open a fight though for UH.
Yep, you and I were looking at the exact same thing.
I was thinking, my first point was going to be, I don't think that knife made it as far as they wanted it to, but the knife all of a sudden just did not matter, because what a shot from Prefix there. I'm not sure if it's pre-FX or Prefix. I'm going to choose to say Prefix. I'm sorry if that's incorrect, but UH Esports now, they've got the numbers. I mean, they might get traded out here pretty aggressively. A Phantom in round 2 is a courageous move, but it guarantees some serious firepower advantage. So let's see if it pays off at the end of the day. Comey peeks the corner, able to find 8 damage in the process. Looks like 17 armor as well. Here comes that nade, though. That's going to be big. Going to be able to create a lot of space to move in and engage around the corner. But no! Mike one taps with the Sheriff. Going to be able to find the opportunity. That's going to be a free Phantom if Mike can get in there.
He just didn't to move up. He could have chilled their trees. No! You're going to cap that Phantom, exerting all that pressure, but now suddenly, a lot of space given over, but instead we see UH will choose to move on over onto the B site. The Molly not going to connect. Still got 13 seconds. They can hold them off for 10 more. Oh! Should be there!
No! Again! Not again! Oh, and then Cold on 1 HP picks up a double kill. What is going on? Why are there so many multi-kills like that today?
So, the gravity well with that Molly, and then suddenly all of them rushing at one time, right? It's like, when you're waiting for your turn to go through a rotating door and you decide to just all bunch up in one section, and it feels real stupid, and you guys are just beside each other? That's pretty much it. That's it.
You put too many people in the elevator, and then nobody's comfortable like that. Oh man, that Jork's jumping from the bottom of the leaderboard to the top, finding 3 eliminations in probably less than 2 seconds. Now, top frag in lobby. Not as crazy as it sounds, and you realize that's just 3. But, what a play, honestly. I don't even know what else to say.
really impressive stuff from coming out of them. Push up here from Grow, but doesn't manage to get anything as they get immediately flashed out. So the play coming out of Comey to save his life, but now they know that there's early aggression coming towards the A site because for potential rotation. Nice pick.
Yeah, Jork's just not a fast enough reaction time there. Prefix picks up aggro as well, and all of a sudden UH, they have the numbers, but I think they've had the numbers every round and they've lost both. So let's see if they can walk away. Ooh, Tayo, a player after my own heart, rocking that Mage Punk set. I love it. It's my favorite cosmetic in the game. So I'm always excited to see when players have that out. Double recon bolt coming through. Prefix finds the KO as well. 5v2. This is going to be tough for UH to lose.
My favorite cosmetic in the game is the one that looks like it's from Futurama. I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, I know the one. Solid answer. Solid answer. I like the classic in that set a lot.
It's really nice. It reminds me of Marvin the Martian.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, man, remember when I said this was going to be difficult to lose and then Nabber comes in and finds a double kill? That is a positive thing.
I mean, he's 21 health. This is going to be really tough. You want to smoke while back side?
Oh, no, maybe not. Mike is able to find that technical wall bang. Not really, just to the side of the box there. But, I mean, that was really good for the economy reset, though, on the side of Maroon here. They're able to kill 3 players, so that's going to mess up the economy on the side of UH a little bit.
So I personally thought that he would have actually smoked off backside or at least one of the doors in Boathouse and then tried to move in on the site from there. Or
agree.
Even and then afterwards set up a gravity wall near the spike just to make sure that if anybody was to be there, they could try to bait them out. But Smoke goes to the middle, might have missed the mark a little bit. TAMU, so far, still 2-1, still doing real good, right? I'm sure they must feel confident. But headed to the next round, right? Gun advantage not exactly in their favor. UH looking to bring it back if they could possibly try to aggress upon them, but playing it real slow.
Playing it slow, I feel like it's a lot of what we've seen here. Very, almost the perfect antithesis of what we've seen earlier in the previous game. It was just W key warriors, right? Constantly storming in, holding W, and now both these teams playing a little more patiently, making sure not to overextend, because overextending can definitely bite you in the butt. And now, UH, I mean, there's a good chance they win this and tie up the map. I realistically see that happening here. Nabber might be able to pick up something, but no, gonna get caught out, taking a lot of damage in the process. Suppressed as well, misses that crucial shot. Comey finds the kill, gets traded out. Here's another one, but Tested emerges victorious. Now Mike finding aggro. UH, I think they've got this one in the bag, already up 4-2.
Just stuck in a corner, and as they continue to knock them down one after another, right? It's just Tayo left. Now with the sheriff, he could possibly get one out of it. I always like to say that on these anti-ecos, if you get 2, you've done your job.
100%. Tayo will fall. Prefix able to emerge victorious there. UH, some serious positivity coming out. They've tied up the series 2-2. I believe this is the first round that everybody gets to full buy. So this is really where the momentum is going to swap for somebody once again.
And for TAMU right now as well, they need this round because look at how the econ is, right? This is super duper tough, but for the KO2, he is 1 away from the mass EMP. So that I find can be a great tool to try to just move in onto these sites. But this is a must-win round, TAMU Maroon.
Wholeheartedly agree. I think this is a must-win for sure. I love the one-way smoke, but it's just there for a moment or two. Aggro goes for that pre-fire corner peek. Not able to find it, but does find a lot of damage, down to probably 15 HP. Tested will fall as well, so all of a sudden, TAMU Maroon back on top of the swing of things. Basically a 4.5v3. This KO, 10 HP, even 1 HP. As long as you land a single bullet, you've made that HP worth it. Let's see if Prefix gets the catch out here, and they will. Able to find the kill onto TAMU Maroon's KO. Gonna be that 4v4 lineup now. Both Jets critical condition.
Get out of my way.
Wow. An aggressive. Oh, the counter lockdown. I love when this happens. We've got the lockdown hug, as I always like to call it. Now nobody can do much of anything because, if you go in to destroy the other one, you're probably gonna get locked down in it. 2 players don't make it out. Wow, Mike cutting it close.
I was starting to think that they're just like those semicircles that overlap. Like those charts where you way trying to find common ground in the middle or even the Olympic rings is another one that it's companies like to make. But Lockdown though just traded aggressively, and now it's up to UH to see how they want to try to enter, not to be looking to come in.
Last player standing.
Here it looks like, oh, never mind. I didn't even get to finish my thought as Tayo just cleans house there. TAMU Maroon, they're going to find themselves up by 1 round. And how many were alive there? 3 or 4 at the end. So their economy is going to be on the positive side. They're definitely in the plus here, but it's another round that UH gets to full buy. So it's really going to come down to the mechanical skill and that ability usage once again.
And remember, we even said it too, is that this is a must-win round for TAMU to be able to try to stabilize it, and they do the exact same thing. UH is looking A-okay on their end, though. I think call me on, unfortunately, might not be. Still, across the board right now is very even games coming out between these two, and considering it's Ascent, I would expect nothing less.
Can't use that.
I'm just on the edge of my seat right now, waiting for anyone to do something. All of these rounds have been so slow paced, I almost want to say like negative pace to a certain extent, where nobody's dying because nobody's fighting. And now it's going to be Mike coming through, trying to find some damage onto Jorks, but just can't quite pick up that positive kill there. I feel like UH, they really don't mind running out the clock until those final moments. Mike is going to be able to pick up aggro, who, to be fair, was trying to live up to the name, but unfortunately bit the bullet beforehand. So that gives UH another numbers advantage. Here comes a KO ult from UH very late in the round, but it's going to be press at least 1. Comey finds the kill, you know, the half kill, if you will, but still takes that KO out of the engagement. Nabber able to find a double there. Gets some great progress off the back of it. Prefix finds the trade. 3v2 basically. Cold picks up Tayo, and I think UH has got this one. I think they're tying the series back up.
Spike planted.
1 person left here too, and yeah, it's unless Jorks goes on an absolute monstrous spree with the spike down, they should definitely be theirs. They don't have the alarm bot up either, nor the choose to recall it. They can just come to die. See you later, sir. We'll catch you on the next one. And like you said here, Sep, it's going to be an easy tie coming out for TAMU. Very, very close, intense game that's going back and forth between these two. So I cannot accurately call as to, who might actually have the slight advantage.
Right.
Even past the early aggressions, you see that things can just completely flip on a dime depending on the rotations of the other team. Because none of them choose to kind of hold these super off angles or really tight corners. It's actually coming down to can you beat enough early util to make it worthwhile to rush onto a site.
Gonna be holding up here on the lever, and George was waiting. Gonna get traded out by Mike. Unfortunately, Mike finding a double kill here. UH keeping the dream alive. They've got the rotation around. It looks like they're gonna be coming all the way around. TAMU Maroon has to rotate from A to B. They're gonna be forced into a retake scenario. It's going to make this relatively, if not incredibly difficult to get back, especially because they're at a numbers disadvantage. Mike with the 3, too shy of an ace. Let's see if they can make it happen.
1 enemy remaining.
Mike previously couldn't exactly save it, and yeah, it's not happening. One more goes down here after the next. Now, considering the overall gut situation, right, I didn't necessarily doubt that it might actually happen, but considering they kind of just rushed in after just one smoke, right? Because you saw how all of TAMU decided to just stack A. Now, although unfortunately the call doesn't work out in their favor, with 2 going down so early on, the free side take definitely proves beautifully for them. UH, and they might be looking to go ahead and get the same run back yet again. With no gravity well, no ball is slowing them down. They could try to just rush on in. Instead, they will wait and play it patiently. Look at where the KO is too. Doesn't find anybody pushed up outside of A. So they're thinking it might be a mid to B flex.
Yeah, so next time we take a look at the scoreboard in between rounds, I definitely want to talk about the KO diff, so to speak. I believe it's UH Esports. Their KO is at the bottom of their leaderboard, and the KO on the side of TAMU is, I think, 2nd or 3rd. So that may come down to mechanical skill only. That may just be utility difference. But I feel like to pick KO on Ascent is a bit of a wild card option already. So to underperform on KO is a serious thorn on the side of the team.
Hey, man, aiming is hard.
Very true.
But it is not hard at all for Cole. As he gets picked out mid, though, I thought they might have actually rotated on over, but the smoke means that, yeah, this A side is completely theirs. All they gotta do is take out that dart.
Wow, what a shot, actually. Looks like Comey is going to be taken down. Unfortunately, Ellen's going to hurt the economy, so to speak. A great paranoia, though, from Cole. Not going to find the positivity that they wanted. No, and will not even pick up the kill onto Jorks. The spike plant does come through. Now in a 4v3, the lockdown comes through. There's not another one to create the Venn diagram that we're looking for. It's going to be Tayo able to destroy it with the Hunter's Fury. Now the counter Hunter's Fury from UH, giving us our third ultimate of the round. No, a Cosmic Divine's up, our fourth ultimate of the round. Mike just tearing it up downtown here in hell of Ascent Site A. 2v1 in favor of UH Esports. This may give them that 2-point lead that they're looking for, and Mike will do just that. UH, they're tearing it up, and I believe a couple of them are on some pretty high ping. Let's get a look here if we're able to. Next time we see that come around, I want to see. Okay, not super high. Jorks is 130, but the rest of the play, you know what? Actually, 70 is pretty high. 70's up there.
Yeah, coming off the side of TAMU Maroon, like, yeah, considering they are distantly far, like, yo, Jorks is 120, like 130, so, but the rest of them are like 70, 60, 50 ping, so.
Yeah.
A little bit tough for them, but with the side of TAMU as well, they're also looking at like 50, 60 ping. This is interessante.
A good knife that's going to open up mid a little bit. Oh, didn't even notice this player's on 1 HP. That is unlucky, to say the very least.
Still, though, only 3 people remaining here on UH. Spike in their hand and B site open. I don't know if Noble can try to change this around with okay. Finds to exactly their spike not going down as they've been with the gun in their hand. They have to be able to do something out of it. Possibly trade them out. We'll fall.
Oh, here comes that lockdown now from TAMU Maroon. I don't want to call it a desperate attempt, but it's definitely going to give them, the aggression they needed. So we see that's going to be able to find Cold out there. Now a 1-round differential. I cannot believe we've been on Ascent and we're only, 10 rounds in at this point? We're starting round 10, so this is just fascinating to say the least.
Very, very close game between these two. And as it has continued to be, I found the closest we've had almost the entire night.
I think it is, consistently speaking.
Only like 1-round differential, and UH had just gotten that too the previous round. I managed to keep it. I think find disprove that, how both these teams keeping each other very, very locked in.
Oh, that's going to be a great knife. Going to be able to get, I think Cold was just outside of it, so only 1, but still, just getting rid of those abilities to begin with makes your team all that more confident. Prefix covering A site, completely unaware that, no, actually 3 of them are covering A site, completely unaware that nobody is over there right now. All 4 players that are alive on UH Esports are not making any appearances quite yet. Prefix does find that kill, though. That is crucial. Opens up A site, but unfortunately, nobody's there to capitalize off the back of it. Now, I assume we're going to see TAMU Maroon give that far rotation around. I don't know. This is probably the slowest paced Valorant I've seen in ages. It's like unusual to me. It's very unfamiliar, defamiliarized.
You are powerless.
EMP, they should allow them to enter the site, but rendered a lot of things null, one might say.
30 seconds
When we're
left.
going down, will that being said, that just cement the overall spike plant at least. But look at where they're all coming in here for TAMU Maroon, right? Two coming up the back through heaven, they're rushing on in, and 2 go down, Sep.
Yeah, 2 go down at a pivotal moment at that. Nabber might be able to find something, but no, it's going to be Prefix with a 3K of the round. Really looking strong there and letting UH maintain that lead. That's going to be huge here. I mean, the economy on the side of UH could not be better. They can full buy. They could full buy another round if they needed to. And right now, I mean, look at TAMU Maroon. The highest they've got is 2,800, and he hasn't even bought a gun yet. So this is This is really going to be hurting. Down to 900 there. Goes for the full... Oh, man, yeah, this is... I mean, TAMU Maroon, look at this Frankenstein buy. They've got a couple of full buys, a Spectre, a Classic. I don't even know what to make of this.
It's a little bit of a bargain bin. I might say, right, you just take what you can get, and aggro will take that any day of the gosh darn week.
Yeah, aggro, super smart there, honestly, to have the team focus on that dart, and then you just peek corner, and they're all looking the wrong way. I mean, that was a very intelligent play.
It reminds me of the days of Vision Strikers of Euro, of all the breach and jet plays and flashes that they used to pull off, right? Timing, execution, and versatility. Especially with the jet, I find you can do exactly that, and along with precise gunplay, and that means those free opening picks are yours to take. A lot of information be given over as well, but no rotates coming out towards the A site, as all of them of UH are just looking to enter in.
Oh, golly, here comes another hyper-aggressive lockdown on the side of UH. It's going to be positive. It's really going to help them engage the site, so to speak. It's going to force everybody from TAMU Maroon to back up just a bit. This may guarantee them the opening that they need, but now they're going to have to maintain the site. Tayo finds the trade of the Cold, who just dismissed aggro from the fight. Tested is going to be able to get rid of that KO, you know, at least temporarily. The resurrection could come through. Yeah, the door is down, and they choose not to attempt the wall bank, so just going to get that KO right back up and continue this 3v3 matchup.
By the way, I did not know that was revive animation because I've never been revived before.
Oh, it really do be like that sometimes, though, unfortunately.
It's okay, but one more thing it be like is things like that. The trade doesn't go their way. He should actually win. That was impressive. I thought for sure he was going down.
I thought Tayo was at least going to force a 1v1 there, but just that may have been some of that precise gameplay we see so often where the bullets are just playing with a mind of their own. That was, I definitely thought Tayo was going to win that engagement.
TAMU Maroon as of right now with no ults of their own to wait for the Heartless Fury to possibly counter any sort of post plants, but so they just use that lockdown as well. The biggest thing they have on their back pocket is those knives.
Oh, speaking of the devil! Let's see if these knives can do anything. UH Esports, they're playing on, I mean, what did we say earlier? 70, 80 ping? To get some Blade Storm kills with 80 ping would be, I can't do it on 20 ping, you know? Like, if these guys are pulling it off this high, that would be nothing short of super impressive. Tayo, chef's kiss kill there onto Mike, taking that KJ out early. However, aggro will be traded out in the blink of an eye, so 4v3 in favor of UH. They pop the Blade Storm. They might not even need a prefix on the corner. Let's see what they can do. No! They go down early. A headshot comes through, and another one down from Cold. That is going to be crucial here. TAMU Maroon, they were in a 4v3. They have now turned the numbers back in their favor. The remaining players from UH, not even close to the spike right now either.
Like you're saying that with spike not in the favor at all, like... Now, KO can try to peek in there because there's a no command, but they know exactly where it's coming from. Because they immediately peek this time. One, can't get the second, the wall bang! Finish it off.
I wish I knew how to pronounce that player's name because I really do want to compliment them.
I'm gonna say Noble.
Noble? That's a good call actually. Yeah, we'll go with Noble. Noble with the 4K there to secure 12 eliminations just shy of halftime. I mean, 7-5, as I said earlier, this is unbelievably possible to come back from, especially if they win the pistol round, they're guaranteed the next round, then it's 7-7. All of a sudden, things are tied up. So this pistol round's going to be crucial, but we can take a better look at Noble here. Able to find the double kill, jump to the further end, or the latter end of this round, just comes around the corner, puts down Tessid, and it looks like, you know, Comey was not far behind. That is... we can focus even more on this KO difference now, right? I mean, top of the leaderboard versus second to bottom frag. That's definitely something to keep an eye on.
Man, you know what? I would try to comment on this because look, I think about it, man. I'm usually the one that's second to bottom on the leaderboard, right? I'm not too hot. I'm only a silver gamer. But yeah, you can see the impact that both these KOs have had, and not only in terms of utility, but the pressure they put out. Because like one plays very in your face, and the other, you know, it's taking a lot more to the util, trying to play a lot more on their flashes. And one play style in this game is working a lot more than the other.
Absolutely. Mike, I was just about to say very smart to not spam the trigger, and then they do just that. So Definitely unfortunate, but it looks like it's not really going to cost them anything yet. Mike doesn't fall. TAMU Maroon gets in. They plant the spike early. They're really trying to win this pistol round, like we said. If they win this one, that almost guarantees them the next one. They can tie up the series and bring it back to that 7-7 all over again. Prefix about to get called out, though. No! What a flick! Didn't even think about it. Pure reaction. Able to find that kill, and now TAMU Maroon, they are up 3-2. A lot of damage has been done to UH. That Soba's down. It is Prefix with a classic and a dream, but no, it's Nabber who puts them down. TAMU Maroon making the scoreline 7-6, only one round away from tying up the series once again.
That melee looks so off to me, by the way. It looks like it doesn't belong in the game. Like it's.
I think that's why I like it so much. Honestly, it's such a good like juxtaposition to everything else happening around it. I get such a kick out of it.
But how do I explain to my parents, hey mom, I spent $50 on a virtual baseball bat? I'm sorry.
On a virtual baseball, that's such a difficult thing to explain. That really is such a hard thing to tell somebody. But just look at it. I mean, haha, funny melee, right? I mean, that's the only reason I need.
Ooh, yo, that knife was actually just off a little bit because it actually hit the initial wall. If it managed to get a little bit farther, it gets a spawn like that and gets all their tags. Moving to clear out wide of the flash to go in inside.
Oh boy, Mike just in for the Rudest Awakening. Oh, that was collateral. That was a collateral shot. Noble and Tile both down, both headshots. Oh my Dios míos, that was phenomenal there. Just what a way to keep that fight alive. Now, TAMU Maroon, they've got the spike planted, they've got the numbers, and they know exactly where this Omen is. He's got the shorty. Maybe he does something wild with it, but that feels so unlikely right now.
Last player standing.
Are both these teams just attacking sided? Do they just love being aggressive that much that suddenly as soon as you go on the defense, they don't know what to do with themselves?
And it's interesting because neither team is double duelist, and both of the teams we saw earlier that were running double duelist were defended sided. Mm-hmm. So it's very unusual to see these teams that are technically defense sided with a single duelist overperforming on the offense.
It's as the Japanese would say, it's fushigi desu. That means it's mysterious, my friend.
I'm in a Japanese literature class right now, and I couldn't even tell you if that's right, honestly. I don't know,
that's so cool. I love Japanese literature, man.
It's super neat. I could talk about it for ages. But let's talk about Valorant for now. We can talk about that during the break. We will jump right back in. It's 7-7. So TAMU Maroon, they have really clutched this back out. They were really falling, the slack was showing up a little bit more in the latter half of their defensive side, but now they have really begun to turn things around. They win 2 rounds in a row. Statistically, and every time I say this, it doesn't happen, but this is the round UH is expected to win. The bonus round, if you will. Let's see if they're able to do that, or if TAMU can put themselves in the lead for the first time in a long time.
Would be actually quite big, though, considering it would be 3 rounds in a row that they'd be able to take with picks like that. Would definitely be the exact swing of momentum that they need. The Molly going out this early. I mean, no real pressure coming forward. That means the A side should be able to rush on in. But that was a huge EMP. Gives a lot of information over.
Yeah, Komi's nade or Molly usage has been very unique in the sense of it almost feels like they're throwing them 2 to 3 seconds early, right? To me, it would have made more sense to let them push just 5 more feet into that choke, and then you can come through, and that would just make so much more sense. You've got them cornered, right? They've got nowhere to run. It's just shooting fish in a barrel. But instead, Komi tends to use them as like a defensive blockade, right? Rather than a wall to put it behind your opponents, they throw it down to make sure they can't engage at all.
And if I'm more often than not, right, this is that's what you usually do, right? Especially if you're using those killjoy mollies as well. You usually wait for the jet to dash in, and then you go forward from there. But I find that TAMU, they continue to play towards the exact strength as they're known for being this very frontal-facing team, extremely aggressive, and pushing out like that with 2 going down here. Set B side is a target that should be able to take it.
Yeah, and I'm glad you just brought that up because this team, they've shown just that. I mean, they're very clearly an attack-sided team. They come through, they've won 3 rounds in a row. They're already looking to win a 4th here. They might be able to get some action tested though. Oh, aggro a little bit, just that. But they are able to live to tell the tale. They find the 1 elimination, 2 with the help of Tayo. And all of a sudden, it is 15 HP stuck in the corner. Oh! I think aggro was going for the melee, but it's going to be Tayo who finds that kill and keeps the dream alive. TAMU Maroon, that is their 4th round in a row they've been able to put away.
One after another. They just keep racking it on up here, Seth. I don't know what more they're going to be able to do and show to us, but I'm impressed by them nonetheless here. With the switch over here on the back end, looking to get double digits as we head towards the econ, as well, staying very much in their favor, doing okay. But UH2 must win round now on their end, as going towards the next, they will have to go for the save, as that was a really nice knife.
I think I want to see UH Blade Storm here. I think that would be a really wild card thing to do, and I think that's exactly what UH needs. Like you mentioned, TAMU Maroon, a team notorious, infamous even, for being so aggressive to the point that they have been. So for UH to meet them with that aggression might catch TAMU off guard, but no, they're going to be playing it a little bit slower. Mike goes down early, no lockdown value comes out quite yet. Aggro already with the double kill, living up to that name and more. Going to be able to make this a 5v3. The spike was planted what feels like ages ago, and I think UH has really got to start holding that W key a little bit more.
A little more aggressive too, but if they cannot necessarily read what TAMU Maroon wants to do, right? It's just about playing around your own smokes and possibilities to see if you can find the biggest advantage, or not just try to rush it onto the site to perhaps be able to take a favorable gunfight. Never finds him on the rotate. We see they're all going down. He goes.
Oh my! Oh. No! I like that we were like, oh, TAMU Maroon, they're really aggressive. And I feel like since we said that, they've become 10 times more so. They just chased down a triple kill and found every single one. They trade out aggro 1 for 3. You take that any day of the week. But that was so hyper aggressive, and UH Esports, I can only assume this is their timeout. They know that things are getting scary. TAMU's hit those double digits. Ravish, if you're in that call right now, what can UH do different to succeed in these latter rounds?
So I was saying it before as well too, because the biggest thing is there as well, because you find right at the beginning, TAMU has a tendency to rush it onto these sites, so you give up that space just a little bit, so you can then kind of rendezvous with your teammates and then go for the 5v5 retakes. Because then at least you're not trying to go in 3v5 and die on top of that as well. Proven to be extremely unsuccessful unless you're a god or you're 10s and you don't want to take, just these 3v5s consistently.
Yeah.
And not many of us are 10s, only one of us is 10, sadly.
Very true. Very true. I wish I could play like 10s. One day, right? Probably not.
I wish I was 10s, bro.
I always say if I was good at the game, I'd be playing it, not casting it, right? I mean, I'm behind the desk for a reason, but I mean, now I still think UH just they either need to play notably slower and play off the retake, or they've got to play a whole lot faster. I still think storming into TAMU is going to catch them off guard, and you can get at least 1 kill off the back of that. But again, that is such a high risk, high reward scenario. I'm not surprised they're not doing it.
I'm free.
Might be able to get a nade. Oh! Does not make it around the corner. Comey takes out that counter KO. Mike takes out aggro as well. So UH, they're not playing as aggressive as I kind of had in mind, but they're definitely playing more aggressive, and that has already done some serious numbers. Tayo picks up Mike. They're still up in numbers advantage, just barely. Jorks taking some damage in the process. Prefix finds Snapper. Might be able to find Jorks as well, but no. Tayo finds the kill. It's up to Tested here. A sheriff in a dream.
You mentioned this high-risk, high-reward situation here, Sep, and 100% right. That's exactly kind of what it comes down to as well. But if you're trying to play aggressively into TAMU, then for what it seems like, you're essentially just playing right in their hands.
Yeah, you're punching above your weight.
What you want to happen.
Yeah, I definitely think you're spot on. It's like I said, very high risk, high reward, but TAMU was surprisingly more ready for that than I thought. They reminded me very much of those teams that we often see that are very good when they're in the driver's seat, but when you kind of punch them down a little bit, they start to struggle. But as soon as UH stormed in, TAMU was ready for it. That was very impressive up to that point. Yeah, I have nothing else to say. TAMU really looking strong.
11-7 between them. Although this game has been really, really close in the first half, and I find on the defense especially, right, it does kind of make sense. But look at the second half here, Seth. 6 rounds in a row going right in their favor. The UH has not been able to stop the TAMU train.
Yeah, the TAMU train left the station around halftime, and I don't think there's breaks even built in it. They have just been so unbelievably strong with this aggression up to this point, and Prefix might, okay, I was gonna say might overextend. I wouldn't have been surprised to see it, but they were smart enough to tuck tail and get out of there. A cosmic divide now separating the teams on the A site. That almost encourages TAMU to just storm B, and it looks like they're getting ready to do that. We've got Jorgs and the Jet players, whose name is currently escaping me, making that engagement. They're gonna be able to close the door and mark it, and oh! The collateral! Prefix finds the double kill to crack that fight open for UH Esports. First time in a long time they found themselves in the driver's seat, 5-2. Dabber gets the plant, but you're going to have to find 5 kills to win this round.
They're all moving in through markets here we see, but with a knife finds likely 1. The shot doesn't get anything, but they're moving in. Here's Sap.
No way. I wasn't a fan of swapping to the Phantom, but Prefix immediately made it work. They know exactly where Tayo is. He's got nowhere to run, and Mike will be the one to put him down. The Sova falls, and they've got more than enough time to get that defuse out. UH Esports, for the first time in 7 rounds, I believe, they are able to find that round win.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And that dart was unfortunately a dead giveaway.
Yep.
It was exactly where he was. He could have definitely kind of stayed off site, maybe put the dart through the window to see what they were chilling at. And he used the Hunter's Fury to like he just delayed the plan because suddenly along with the shark darts too. So that plan could have definitely been like very, very delayed, but I don't know if he might have been able to get the completion out of it, a lot of investment on the back end of it. Nonetheless, UH getting a much, much needed round.
Prefix there got insanely lucky with that Phantom, watching that back down to 10 HP. Just barely alive, but you won the round, and that's really all that matters. Only a 3-round difference between the teams. I think UH, if they win this one, the economy for TAMU is going to be in shambles. Okay, actually, no, they won 6 rounds in a row. They've got a decent economy, but it's definitely going to hurt. If they have to full buy this time and next round, that's really going to hurt their economy. Aggro going to be getting into a bit of a 1v1 with Comey around the corner, and Comey had their knife out for some reason. So Aggro wins that one. Prefix hits the... No, okay, yeah, did hit the body shot. I was looking at the wrong Killjoy health bar there. So hits the body shot, but not quite the kill. Tayo takes out Tested. Aggro finds Cold. TAMU Maroon, they are upset they won that last round, and they are trying not to lose him. Oh!
That might be another way to possibly not lose, though, but they lose the op, unfortunately, the trade out of it. Like you mentioned, it's a free op, my friend. And that is the best price you can offer to anybody, especially me.
Absolutely, yeah. If anybody wants to buy me an op in our games together, I will never say no. I love using the op. The only gun I feel like I'm semi-competent with it. You know, it one-taps anybody. That's easy money.
Nah. I will say no every single time, bro. I'm not confident to land my shots.
I love the op.
On the... I'm going to do that. Give me no any day of the week.
Unfortunate there. Mike finds the kill on the Noble, but not quite able to clean up the remaining 3. That's going to be TAMU Maroon, very possibly giving us our penultimate round. We're coming into round 21, and TAMU Maroon, they are rootin' tootin' ready for shooting. They've got the op. Actually, they chose not to take it again, so they don't have an op, but Prefix using their entire econ to buy an op, as well as having to go with light armor.
Econ definitely a tough spot to be in for both these teams.
Yeah.
But what I want to look at right now for TAMU Maroon is all the availabilities right now they have in terms of the ultimates up as well. That lockdown, which will likely be countered by the Hunter's Fury, and the Hunter's Fury with the UH as well with the lockdown on their end. So I'm kind of predicting how this round is going to go.
Oh! Mike finds a 2-for-1. Prefix disgusting with the op per the usual. Going to be able to find some great value there. Here comes a recon bolt from the heavens, and they're going to be able to lock it in. TAMU Maroon down to 2v4. So much happening at the beginning there. In less than 5 seconds, over half their team was dead. UH Esports, they've still got that Hunter's Fury, and all those ults we were ready for, Ravish, don't even get to get used because the players die before they get the chance.
I did not predict this. I really thought this goal was going to go a whole different way, but never.
1v1! Oh! Not the least bit surprised. Prefix walks away with that round win. Just hyper impressive, hyper aggressive, and UH Esports, they're getting danger close to those double digits. TAMU Maroon, that, like I said, penultimate round could have been our anti-penultimate round, which means the third to last, not the second to last. And now TAMU Maroon, are we going to see it again where they're so close yet so far away? We've got 9 ultimates on the board. Ravish, if you had to guess, how many are we going to see in this round?
8. At least 8. So here, look. Minimum 4, right? Because dueling lockdowns and dueling Hunter's Fury.
Sure.
100%. Likely the null command as well. And I think we get a pop of both Blade Storms. So 8.
I agree. Well, we're seeing buys from both Jets. The Operator making an appearance. I'm not the least bit surprised about that. The Operator has been very impressive up to this point, coming out from the side of Esports. Almost more impressive than the Blade Storms they've been able to give us so far. I don't even remember a Blade Storm kill in this game so far, so I don't know if we've seen many, but Prefix waiting ever so patiently. I think somebody on the side of had a Judge as well, which is my favorite gun in the game. I'm glad to see it. I hope they stuck with it. And it's just, I feel like we've time traveled all the way back to round 1. We're in that slow, patient timing where nobody wants to be the first to fall, so nobody wants to engage.
They haven't asked to start readying up, but like you're saying, there's that first lockdown. They have the dart too. I would have thought they might have not committed it, but the Astro Wall as well goes up. No dueling lockdown. There's a Hunter's Fury to take it out.
Oh, could be a massive knife, but no, it got destroyed from Comey there. Able to storm in off the flash, find aggro, put him down early. Not able to find the kill on the Noble, unfortunately. So Cosmic Divide's not going to do what they need. Noble popping the ult to keep the dream alive. That Killjoy ultimate's about to get a lot of folks. Noble goes down. Tayo down as well. It's going to be Noble dismissed by the judge, jury, and executioner of Cold. Jork's hiding in the back. Might be able to. Will not find one. That is going to give UH the double digits they were looking for. They popped the Blade Storm as well. So out of the 9 ultimates, 7 were used. Ravish, you were almost spot on, man.
I was so close. I really thought it was going to be there. But the only thing I was a little bit wrong about is that they did not use the other Hunter's Fury on the opposing end because he died before that, so he couldn't do it. Sad, but it's a reality that we face it again. Now UH2 stuck up there on the back end too. They looking at a possible overtime, the first of the night. That's right in front of them. They could almost taste it.
Yeah. Very true. They're 2 rounds away from forcing that overtime, and it's scary because they can only lose, or they can't even lose one more, right? They're in a scenario where they have to win 2 rounds in a row without dropping one of them to keep the series alive. Even if they get up to 11, that's still up by 2 points. And Prefix falls for it. Noble smart enough to go for the bait, knew that Operator was here somewhere, so now Prefix is going to be holding that angle. They know not to go that way. I don't like what TAMU Maroon's doing right now. They're really split. Nobody is with one another right now.
Yeah, they're just trying to find like prod formation or bit of like early util, but
yeah,
this can also be really, really dangerous because we've seen this previously. Like work not at all in their favor, but with never getting one out of it, might be nice to get the site, although they can use that util, the spike still goes down.
Yeah, spike goes down. That guarantees additional credits if we go into an extra round. That could be very impressive up to that point. Not impressive, that's not the word I meant to say. Very crucial up to that point. TAMU Maroon, if they needed those credits in the next round, they could really utilize them, but they're really trying to make sure they end this right here, right now. A flash on the high ground, gonna get some damage as well with a grenade, it seems. Noble puts down Mike, 5v3. Here comes Comey from the left, and Cold finds one. Comey finds another. Jorks finds 2, but Prefix puts down Jorks. Now a 2v1, going for the bait defuse. Nabber gonna get aggressive, just storming into the smoke. No, it's gonna be Prefix who finds that kill. Here comes the shock dart. Already halfway down the Hunter's Fury though. Has to interrupt it now. Goes for the hold, goes for the stick. No! Oh, it's Tayo with the Hunter's Fury. Just barely able to win that round. Esports, they were a second away from giving themselves an 11th round victory, but the Hunter's Fury coming in clutch in the final moment.
This is why he saved the Hunter's Fury.
There it
for
is.
This round specifically.
It was the fail-safe.
Lockdown. Because he knew that he needed to save it. That's what needed to matter here, man. Only 1 round away, but my God, I feel like we've been watching that game for the past hour here, Seth, with how back and forth it was. Slow, controlled, yet at the same time fast, yet aggressive rounds. And TAMU did not disappoint. Nonetheless, we still do have a lot more valor to go today, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we throw it to a break, I do, of course, want to thank our partners that obviously could not have happened without them. That is, of course, the Game Bud, the Talking Tom Game Bud, which you guys have seen the commercial over and over during the break. If you don't know what it is, look it up. There's a link on YouTube, and maybe if we ask nicely, one of our mods can drop it in chat for us. That would be pretty cool. And then, of course, we do want to thank the John R. Elliott Hero campaign for designated drivers. I think that is a super important thing. The idea is to have more designated drivers and less drunk drivers, because drunk drivers obviously cause accidents, and nobody wants that. So a huge shout out to the John R. Elliott Hero campaign for designated drivers. Okay, that is both of our partners that we need to thank here tonight. So we'll throw it to a short break. We're going to get map 2 ready for you folks, which is Haven, I believe. Everybody use this time. Get up, drink water, check your posture, do whatever, but come right back here in just a couple of minutes for some more Valorant.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed impact of Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have the stamina and still have a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training we've been doing here now, when we get to these game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy. We're the team on stage actually that's sharp, and we're the team that's raising things. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, you can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing, are they can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition. It gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up along both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know,
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to CF1, the final night of the round robin at that. So we have seen some very, very close matchups so far. We saw a 13-10, 13-9 victory on Ascent just moments ago, and now we're jumping into Haven, which, in terms of momentum, in terms of play style, I feel like Haven and Ascent could not be more different, especially because the 3 sites versus 2 sites, and there's so many more ways to engage on Haven. I'm curious if the momentum is going to carry over, or if we're going to have a brand new map.
I definitely think with all the breaks that we've had, right, it should definitely be like a pretty brand new map for both these teams. But in terms of the map, in terms of the maps, I find you're definitely correct on that side. You're 100% on that, because with the set, it is definitely one of the most balanced maps, like just 100% across the board, except for a couple of retake situations. Yeah, but the map is really well laid out. Haven, I find, is a little bit attacker favored in my opinion.
I agree.
Yeah, just especially if you have good rotates, which is why it's interesting, because TAMU are in fact going to be attacking second. Oh wait, hold on, let me see. No, they'll be attacking first. You're coming up on Haven, so I expect to see a lot of points racked up, because if not, their defensive half, we've seen how very, I want to say, coin flip it can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And Haven in particular is in that sense of, you get the element of surprise on the attacking team a little more than the other maps, because, if there's 2 sites, it's a 50-50. But if there's 3 sites, it's a 33% chance, So not only is the opposing team more split because they have to cover all 3 sites, but if all 5 of you go to one site, you're walking into a 5v3, a 5v2, so on and so forth. So I think the attacking team does just get that mild natural edge, no matter how strong they're performing in a competitive sense or mechanical sense, they just get that small boost in terms of that randomness almost.
Yeah, because with the way we're looking at it with both these teams, right, because TAMU and Houston have actually ended up in matching up like extremely often. So with the way how these matchup have actually faced out, this is actually really fun, because in Houston, like, these guys are a super patient team, and TAMU on the other end are super W key in. So seeing these styles clash has been really fun.
Yeah, and University of Hawaii so far, they have been, like you said, they're a much more patient team. We've seen them really playing it a little bit slower, and now it seems their comp is going to be built for that. They've got one duelist, and they've got a lot of util. They're definitely picking their comp for the side they're starting on, which is that defense, right?
Yes, sir, exactly like you mentioned. The defensive half, though, for them has to be strong. They've got to make sure they got to try to keep things as even as possible. Which, considering the momentum shifts that we've seen within the past map, might be tough to do, because once that move gets rolling, suddenly there's be absolutely no stopping them, especially on the attacking half. But the first 2 rounds of pistols should tell a great big story.
Yeah, this is going to be all about that momentum. Is TAMU Maroon going to carry it forward in Haven and just continue to win round after round? Or is this the moment? I mean, if Hawaii wanted a moment to turn this around, here it is, being presented to them on a silver platter. Now, Aggro and Jorks are both at well over 100 ping, which is weird because they're not the Hawaii team. So it's unusual to see them having the ping issues, but that really could bite them in the butt here as we jump into the round. Lag, milliseconds of difference can make or break a fight.
I wish I could blame lag for all the shots that I've personally missed, but sadly I cannot. As already, we see TAMU try to enter onto the site. The Lear goes out. They find one outside of UH, though.
TAMU bought a Lear for this round. Noble used it early. And, another collateral kill from Prefix there. Gets Noble and Tayo. Aggro is going to be taken out as well. University of Hawaii, like we said, a pivotal moment to turn this around, and it looks like they've done just that.
And we are getting word as well here from the side of Prod as well too. As it is server switch.
Yes, that does make sense.
Between these next 2 rounds, yeah.
That lines up. That checks out.
Jorks is dead.
Oh, no way! Oh, devastating that Jorks got so close. And honestly, getting that many eliminations is huge, because I don't want to say resets economy, that was a pistol round, right? But it forces them to either use all of their credits to buy stuff or stick to pistols once again. And Mike has a very specific plan I can just tell by the full armor judge immediate buy that Mike must have a very specific plan in mind, and yeah, it's gonna be holding that garage on A site.
I mean, I would have thought for sure he would have just held down. He would have held down right down Cubby near C. If he could possibly try to move up there, but still, he chooses to move all the way in through sewers, but nobody's there, except because it said they're all dying near B.
And Prefix already has a sniper in their hands, takes out Noble, who swaps from the KO to the Reyna. So a very big momentum swap there. Homie on the corner with the Bucky. They'll miss it. Misses the shot? Oh, devastating. Nabber does find the kill onto Comey. Prefix picks up Nabber as well. So a 3v3 with so much damage dealt on the side of Maroon up to this point. Esports, they have found themselves up basically 3v1. Jorx out, just walks through the smoke, finds the one tap, puts down Mikey with the Bucky as well. A 2v1, aggro playing patient on the corner, 27 HP. You've got to wait for the defuse here. Can't get over aggressive, and aggro does just that. Gets a little bit over aggressive. Cold walks away with a 3K and a round to win.
Clutch.
If that right click actually lands on his head, that's a kill.
Yeah, 100%.
That's the craziest part of this too. So just a little bit off of it. I didn't know, we definitely wasn't expecting it to go through the smoke, but like you were mentioning, if he even waits for that smoke to land, then it might have been something a little bit different. But now instead picking it back on up, the University of Hawaii. Ping does not matter nonetheless. This pistol going their way.
Well, now the ping's in their favor.
Defensive half.
now they get the ping advantage, and TAMU, they are they're definitely not looking super strong here. Mike does have the Dia de los Muertos knife. I really like it. I almost bought it, but I chose not to.
I bought that. Was the first knife I ever bought.
I like it a lot. I think it's very cool, but I convinced myself not to, and I'm glad, because now I'm going to buy the cool comic book set that they have. But it's going to be TAMU Maroon. They're able to find the numbers advantage for the first time in a long time. Noble really getting a hang of this ping diff here. Oh, does fall to Prefix's Blade Storm, though. And it's definitely going to hurt on the re-engage. TAMU, though, they're still up by 1. They've got spike possession as well, and they are just booking it to C site.
All the way there. Consider it's right open to consider with the early aggression that they had out. They caught a few solid picks. I don't know how he got that.
Why is he over there?
To be honest,
living up to the name, I guess. I mean. Oh, aggro's about to sneak up on Prefix entirely by accident. So let's see if they are able to find this. But no, it looks like Prefix is well back into that C site already, trying to link up with that Omen. Cold QT is going to be the other teammate left alive for the University of Hawaii. And I like this. Prefix isn't overstaying their welcome. They're not overplaying anything. A great flick, amazing reaction time to get that kill onto Nabber. They know where the players are from TAMU. They're going to go for the fake defuse.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, great crouch from aggro. Keeps the dream alive. And I think TAMU, they've got this first round on lock. It looks like Cold's going to be going for that save.
So I'm going to say that would have been actually a really free post plan as well, considering they had the jet smokes along with the shock dart. Yeah. So the lineups are there. There's no way that plan would have actually gone down. TAMU actually going to use that ping, right? They're going to use to just flicking on 109, which I see some of them just jumping towards. Bro, it's a friend of mine is actually from Hawaii, and I do wonder every single time we play Valorant, he somehow ends up doming people with the sheriff with 100 ping, and I'm like, what would you be like if you had like?
If you had
30?
Good ping?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you can only imagine. Yeah, that's. Oh, speaking of good headshots there, Nabber takes out Prefix early, and Prefix, I believe, top or second frag for University of Hawaii. So really, just a good performance so far. Eliminating such an impactful player is going to be great for TAMU Maroon. They might be able to tie things up here, but if losing one player doesn't exactly put a bow on the round. There's definitely opportunity for TAMU to still lose this.
I actually like that wall bang too. Yeah, he chooses to try to rotate out. He chooses to just drop it there. So the final couple seconds instead, because he knows he can't try to take the attacking up anyway. Because giving that over or the UH will be potential death.
No way.
Push out from Mikey. What with the Guardian?
the first one was surprising. The second one was just unbelievable. 2 kills with the Guardian. Like I said, that is personally my least favorite weapon in the game. I just think there's always a better choice for how much it costs. But, I mean, Mikey making it worth it. Really, really putting in the work in the Guardian, finding a 2K and tying things up. Now it's 3-3. Aggro going for a B-site plant. I feel like we don't see these often, and this is already the second one we've seen. So I'm very excited about that. Jorks takes out Cold, keeping the dream alive for TAMU. I think they're going to be able to tie this one up if they play their cards right.
Last player standing.
I think they've played their cards right. Komi might be able to. No, won't even find the kill onto Tayo. So TAMU Maroon, they've tied things back up 2-2. Last time they tied things up, they ended up winning the map. So let's see if they're able to keep this win lead once again.
And considering UH, though, have to go about the saves on this anti-eco, as Strange should definitely be theirs. But every single time I've said that, suddenly, somehow, some way, something happens. I will hold my breath for all this. I would be interested to see as to what Mike actually says with his Marshall. You saw previously with the judge, he chose to go in onto a sewers and go around from there. The Marshall yet again will be looking at a lobby. Has the lockdown to try to possibly stave them off. Spots one gets tagged, has to run away.
Yeah, has to tuck tail and run there. Even a little bit of tag can make or break the difference. You know, every digit of health counts in a game like this. We've seen people clutch at 1 HP. We saw it happen earlier today, but Noble making sure Mikey has 0 HP, getting rid of that Guardian player before they get the chance to fire any bullets. It's going to be a positive turnaround. We see Naber going for the plant on A site. And I think TAMU, I talked about unpredictability and kind of randomness, right? And I think we're really seeing that. Oh, that was just one of those timing is everything moments. Tayo, I don't know why they turned around, but they did, and it really bit them in the butt there. That was looking really good for TAMU, but all of a sudden, it's tied up. UH, they've got the numbers here. Aggro takes out Tested, though. The Sky, she's crit, she's down. Here come 2 more. Noble might be able to find some damage. Takes out the Omen. Oh, the Jet walks through Noble and lives to tell the tale. 20 HP remaining. Spike's been planted. The damage has been done. Aggro takes out Prefix, and TAMU Maroon takes the lead once again.
He had to have heard of the TP, right? Because the old TP right in front of him, just right up there. So I'm just wondering what as to why Tayo thought that maybe he might turn around. I'm thinking he might want to reposition up in the sewers, but instead, you know, just an unfortunate pick off there. But by the end of it, it doesn't exactly result in much. And like you mentioned, it's an anti-eco. They don't get any guns out of it either, nor are they able to save any. The UH, though, they have 2. We saw ultimates up yet again. Mikey has been holding out the lockdown for the previous 2 rounds. And I find they might try to use it here if they choose to go out to the B side where he's put a bunch of his util, but A, he's yet to get the target for TAMU.
80 seconds here, so more than enough time. We've seen that University of Hawaii, they prefer those slow engagements, and TAMU Maroon, they prefer to hold W, like we said earlier, infamously aggressive. As it has the blade out, playing around the corner, a Cosmic Divide. That's going to be a fascinating choice. Noble is going to find that kill onto Tested straight away. The lockdown now from University of Hawaii. A bit of a setup, a bit of an overshot. Possibly trying to catch them on the way out. That would be pretty intelligent to do. Mikey takes out Noble here. Hunter's Fury now not going to be able to find that lockdown. Excuse me, no, I think it did find that lockdown as nobody was caught out. Cold now takes out Naber. That 4-3 trade. Aggro takes some damage but lives to tell the tale. Tayo finds Mikey. Prefix finds Tayo. 3v2 University of Hawaii. Desperate to find this. It's going to be Cold into Aggro. Prefix takes out Jorks, and University of Hawaii, they tie the series up once again.
And TAMU was playing very split up throughout the post plan, choosing to just kind of cover their own sites and go down some very, very long angles. And with them losing down at the sewers, it became very, very hard to try to actually hold on to that post plan. Unfortunate, but it does allow UH to come back. University of Hawaii, they've been on a back and forth swing, but one thing I said before previously, you got to make sure to keep things even as possible. They cannot let TAMU run away with the first half. We know how aggressive a team they can be, and they're doing a really good job of containing them. As look at this op coming out for Prefix.
Prefix has really wanted this op to work, has not been able to find it quite yet, and now holding C long, this is kind of the only spot on the map I'm comfortable to say the op is a good choice. I feel like people try to force it on A long a lot, but there's so many corners you can hide on and so much util that you can utilize to make sure the op is ineffective. However, C Long, you've got so much progress to make it work. Cold peeks a corner a little too aggressively, and it's Noble who comes out swinging, able to find that first kill. Alir onto C site here, trying to pick it up and finds Prefix in the smoke. That is going to be an operator down the drain. Some credits there, seriously going to want back, but Comey finds the counter kill. Jorks gets that vengeance for Noble, and TAMU Maroon, they are up 4-2.
Spike planted.
Shotter gets the tag, but just barely at the back end of it. And we saw how TAMU Maroon actually just kind of surgically took apart the entire side. It's 2 more. Cut down from the side of UH. Just 1 left. What TAMU Nabber?
Wow. Nabber just stealing away that win for TAMU Maroon. That got a lot closer than I think they wanted it to. Almost a full economic reset. But Mikey 30 HP. As soon as Jorks went down, I was like, oh no, this is a disaster. And Nabber just with the collateral coming through, able to keep the dream alive and keep Maroon in the lead.
Really solid play. Then considering he was stuck in a corner, it was either fight or flight. And by flight, I mean die. So I'm glad he chose the former option. TAMU though. It's only 4 left, and UH let again. This was the play that Mike was looking for previously. And it was a nice trade. At least he gets 1. The Astra being down, there means no smokes for TAMU.
Oh, the dash in. I thought we were going to get a repeat of what we've seen 100 times over, but no. Noble does save the Jet player there. Jorks picks up Cold already. Crucial moments once again. TAMU getting an early spike plant. They've got the numbers, and Comey has a shorty. So things are looking up for TAMU here.
Yeah, like, yet again, Anthony go for UH,
No way.
So not much can happen with the going down. At least he got 1 right, so not too bad. And with a short,
No way!
he actually gets him, bro. Are you kidding me, man?
That's a moral victory, at least. That is... I love seeing shorty kills. Nothing tilts a Valorant player like getting killed by the lowest range gun in the game. Aggro falls to Comey as well. No way! They're definitely running out of time to defuse, but if they're fast enough, I think... I was going to say, I think it'd be possible, but Tayo's going to make sure that it's not. TAMU Maroon going up 5-3. Only 4 rounds left in the first half.
I mean, I was going to say, it's yet again, they get 2, you done your job. A couple more rounds to left in this half, though, but it continues to be 5-3, 2-round lead maintaining here for TAMU Maroon. And obviously, yet again, still picked up on Prefix Society. Invested a lot into this, but UH now yet again stuck in that back and forth, consistently have a lot of ultimates up. And Mike only needs 1 more. He might look to actually just peek down onto A-Long and take that ult, or giving UH every single ultimate.
I feel like peeking C Long is such a courageous option at this point, considering that Prefix has had an op almost every round, but it looks like they're really going to try to stick to it. Coming through, Noble going to pop that Empress. I feel like this is the first Empress we've seen in ages, and it looks like it's also going to be an Empress that gets little to no value, as nobody's in the area now. A Seeker going to be able to catch out Noble. Here comes Cold, DPing in, trying to get some information. Nabber takes out Prefix to the operator down the drain once again. Golly, that is so unfortunate. Noble finds Cold, able to get through the Hunter's Fury, baited out once again. Mikey caught with the 3rd option, picks up Mikey, blinking, you miss it, but Tessin puts the Empress down. She will reign no longer. Tessin finds Tayo, that 3rd kill onto Nabber, but Nabber puts down the Sova. The Hunter will hunt no longer, and now TAMU Maroon going up 6-3. I think you called it, Ravish. I mean, like you said, you cannot let them run away with this first half.
And Nabber actually starts this round off here too. Once they got it, once they got an onto the C site, as they moved in through garage, it was a really big opening pick to give them just a little bit of the control and push all of UH back into spawn. So it was really like solid pickup by them, and I guess they got the last as well. Found it's only just the overall cherry on top, but UH right now, like we mentioned before, stuck in the ping pong economy, only able to do so much to find it. But this is interesting for the way they're all concentrated.
Oh, look at that! Oh, look at that guy! I love that skin. Okay, anyway, Mikey with the Marshall able to pick up Noble early on there, and Noble I think is top frag for the time being. If not, they're definitely on the upper half of the upper echelon of the leaderboard. But eliminating them, or eliminating the Reyna, the Duelist, the Entry, whatever you'd like to call them, taking them out early, that's gonna hurt. So now TAMU Maroon, they've got to make up for some lost ground. But as Tayo goes down, I think they're going to have to get this round into UH. They're going to have to play it slow. Jorks is gone. Just getting worse and worse here for TAMU Maroon. As long as they don't overcommit any ultimates, they can kind of look at this round as a GG go next. Aggro might be able to take out Prefix. That would kind of give them a glimmer of hope. Nabber takes out Komi, and Prefix just spams. Able to find. Whoa! Picks up Nabber as well. Right clicks for insult instantly. And now, Esports, they close the gap, bringing it from 3 to 2.
That is twice now that Prefix has been a centimeter away from someone and gotten that kill, which is insane to me that that situation happens to you so often, but a beautiful use of that Blade Storm to make it a little bit more even and aggro. Right? Plays super aggro, gets a little bit too close.
Right.
And flips things on his head, sadly. Op still in the hand of Prefix still for now with no Blade Storm and a lot invested by UH. Makes sense to get the round. But now it might be TAMU's turn to see what they decide to do with it. Same sort of stuff they've had previously. But it's a little peek down onto A long, and immediately Prefix goes down. So the op-down's big.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, but Mikey just finds that trade straight away. Noble falling first once again. Tayo gets the counter, but Cold finds the counter kill. Nabber picks up Cold, finding that vengeance and keeping TAMU Maroon in the lead here with the numbers. 3 ultimates, 3 players, only 2 left from UH. Not an ultimate in sight. Komi picks up Nabber, tying it up, finding Tayo as well. This guy has absolutely come to life, keeping the dream alive for UH. If they win this one, that will only be a 1-round difference between Hawaii and TAMU Maroon.
Give me a corpse.
It just keeps going back and forth in between them. It just seems like the save rounds is where UH kind of just comes to life. TAMU Maroon, right? The attacking half was set to be the one that were just absolutely dominated up against, with a spike not with them. This is so rough right now.
I think rough is a perfect word. Yeah, I think rough is a perfect word. Jorks can get the spike. No, you can't even make it. I was gonna say, if anything, run to B and plant, but 30 seconds left on the clock. You need at least 4. I think it's like 4.3 to plant the spike.
Yeah, he would have had to run across.
No, Jorks, don't look away!
He's looking sprayed down.
He should have gone behind the boxes. This is such a bold play. He finds the plant, so no matter what, they get the guaranteed credits moving into the next round. But as long as he hangs out in that cage, it's all about buying time right now. And the cage goes down. No, he's at 87 HP. Oh, he gets folded like a lawn chair there. Tessid picks up the kill, and Komi gets the defuse. I've got to say, Komi, their Sky, notably better than their KO. The KO really was not working out well in that round earlier, on Ascent earlier, but this Sky, I mean, they're getting multi-kills almost every round.
And there wasn't a time that he could actually do what he could do actually right on that post plant, although he gets it down. I find Jokes kind of planted in a little bit awkward spot, because what I would like to have happen is that he gets it down, he puts on Cypher Cage kind of at desperate aggression, but he goes off site and goes up heaven instead and chooses to hold there. Because then at least he has the high ground, right, and he's kind of peek in and out. He doesn't have any danger just chilling out in the open though. But UH gonna tie things up. TAMU looking to maintain the 2-round lead.
Yeah, this is TAMU. They are really keeping it close down to the wire. And, you know, if UH wins this, if Hawaii can put this one away, they can tie things up in the half and really give themselves a positive advantage as the 1-1 trade comes through. That's going to be pretty positive for TAMU Maroon. We see a player going down on both sides. Oh, misses the shot. Unfortunately, not able to clean up off the back of it now. I mean, Komi's trying with the op, wasn't able to pick up that first elimination, and that's exactly what they need to keep the dream alive. Jorks might be able to swing in if he gets a little too aggressive and catch Komi off guard, but it looks like Komi going for that B site rotation. Might even choose to leave it. Mikey guarding A site as well. Here comes a Cosmic Divide from TAMU Maroon. I love the usage of this. I never expect it, and then it always just happens. I always think that's hilarious. Mikey, though, picks up Tayo, keeping it alive for UH. Finds Noble as well. Finds Nabber. All of a sudden, the dream is just being ripped away here from TAMU Maroon. I think Hawaii is going to tie this up at the half.
30 seconds.
I don't see why they're not, though, because Jork's not looking the same direction, and that is the greatest finisher to exist in Valorant.
I agree. I wholeheartely agree. I'm obsessed with this new set. I don't know why. I don't know what it is about it, but I love it. I'm a huge comic book fan. I'm a huge Invincible fan, so I love to see this stuff come through. But Mikey just carrying the team on their shoulders here to keep the series tied up 6-6.
And we've seen how Mikey actually, even on the save rounds too, consistently get big opening picks with the Marshall because they go down into sewers. right? And I think they are 4 for 3 for actually getting the first opening shot until they die from it. But their job is done. They know what they had to do. They had to shut down one, things like that. Look, see, like you to get that shout out to Prod, bro. Big shout out to yet again Lawrence and Ju for doing their thing, observing, producing all day long. Beautiful stuff. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. We appreciate our production here at CF1, and we've got 2 of the best that we could work with. So yeah, much love to Lawrence and Juke. Some of my favorites.
He's going to be the target here with a pistol round right now for UH. 6-6 continuing on with TAMU Maroon. That's on this defensive half. We talked a lot about their attack.
Yeah, this is really going to come out of the pistol round. You know, if TAMU Maroon is able to win those next 7 rounds, they can walk away with a 2-0. But if University of Hawaii wins this map, we will have to do a 3rd map to close out the series. So that'll be fascinating to say the least. I think if TAMU Maroon picks up this pistol round, they can really guarantee us that 2-0 victory. But there's a decent chance that Hawaii can, you know, at least keep this close. Nabber getting caught out, 1v5, not able to turn that action around. Noble finds 1 kill, gets a little overzealous, picks up another one, so now we are in that 3 for 3, but the sky on the side of UH, critical condition. It's going to be a tough one, however, it looks like Hawaii, they have made a rotation all the way around from back of B to A site. Aggro trying to go for the wall bang, finding everything but the kill, able to pick up a lot of damage in the process. This could truly go either way. It's really going to come down to those mechanical shots. Comey, 13 HP. No! Finds the... No! What a horrible interaction, honestly. Now it's 1-1 and Tested walks away victorious, bringing Hawaii up 7-6.
That pistol round made absolutely 0 sense. They went in from mid, they got one there at the backside of B, and chose to go around through link to A. But with the way they were holding, right, I was wondering as to how they're actually going to be able to, how they're going to actually be able to actually defend the spike, considering 2 of them are chilling right by the boxes, and although only Soul was outside with one shock dart, you're not playing for the lineups, right? Considering you only probably have one. But interesting nonetheless, and the fact that he actually got that trade is even more funny.
Oh, cold pre-firing into the smoke, not able to find any progress off of that quite yet. And I've got to say, Hawaii, they're becoming mildly predictable with their approaches, but it's working every time. Comey in particular, is able to find so much value. You picked up a double, and also, you know, TAMU Maroon, we saw them really outperform. Wow, Comey with the 4K there, just chef's kiss. But I want to say TAMU Maroon, they're known for being aggressive. They really didn't give us the best performance on that offense. Now they're on their worst side, and they're really getting stomped so far.
To be fair, I find pistols have never been TAMU's specialty, right? You saw that even at the beginning that UH took both those pistols, and even the previous round, the pistols definitely were not really all 4 of them. So this is genuinely what I expect out of them. If forego it, and the next 2 rounds, they do start picking up. It's like earlier TSM. Why would you? I'm sure they want to give up 4 early rounds and do things like that.
York's trying to make the magic happen. Able to find a lot of damage. Mikey goes down as well. So TAMU Maroon, they are digging their feet into the ground, planting their roots, and they're looking to win at least 1 more round. But Comey with the Bulldog nonetheless. I mean, just such an underutilized gun. We see Noble go down. TAMU Maroon, they've got the numbers advantage, but just barely. This is going to be a tough one to re-engage on.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's huge, though. Aggro picking up picks from behind. Comey with the Bulldog stuck in sewers. This is going to be a very difficult engagement. I mean, you've got a burst fire weapon. You're caught in sewers. I don't see a world where TAMU loses this one, but we have seen some wild things happen today.
Yeah, at this point, Comey's kind of just stuck and waiting to get as many people as possible. Because if they get like a bunch of guns out of it, that's actually more than enough worth it.
Right.
So I feel like TAMU has to know this at this point. And Aggro, nice lineup.
Yeah, that was really smart. I didn't catch what the gun next to Comey was, but I think it was better than a Bulldog. I feel like there's only a couple of guns that aren't. So, oh, here's going to be Jorks with that. I think double kill right at the beginning. It may have even been a triple. I don't remember which, but pops the cage, just sprays and prays. Going to be able to find a double kill, gets them to drop the spike as well. So, really a great play from TAMU Maroon, and even finding ways to be aggressive on the defense. That's what keeps this team scary.
TAMU Maroon. They have to be able to find their own play style on this, I find. Because with the way that, you know, things have been a little bit back and forth, they decide to give up a lot, or they decide, yo, let's just go full force in no matter what absolutely happens.
I've got your
now, although it makes for fun, Valorant, unfortunately, may not be super positive for them as much. Onto the site, they
oh, wow. Tayo should not have won that. There's absolutely no reason. Aggro able to pick up a kill on the tested as well. TAMU Maroon, they have found a way to get aggressive on the defense, and it is a terrifying consideration now. Mikey, the sole survivor, swaps from the Guardian to the Vandal. Probably going to go for Spike Plant, had I to guess, to guarantee those additional credits. Goes for the fake out, but they are cornered. The Shock Dart picks it up. Mikey does find Tayo, but Jorks will pick up that kill, keeping the dream alive and tying up the series for TAMU Maroon.
But TAMU Maroon, they'll lose a lot there as well. Although the econ is like fine for now, but if they keep kind of dying over and over again like this, they may not be able to get the consistent full util. But on the other end, for the University of Hawaii, it's tough times right now across the board. They can fall by going into this round, but in the next, if they lose this one, it'll be back onto that save. Was two marshals, interestingly enough, picked up for UH. This should be fun, but speaking of getting aggressive here, man, aggro just walls.
Here comes that Wolf now coming out early. It may be a little bit too early because nobody was there to get caught out by it. Oh, good thing Noble reacts quickly because I definitely would have just lost that firefight. Noble able to find a double kill cold, and Tess is going to be able to take some action out early. Going to be a 4v3. They lose the Jet in the process, but as long as Noble is alive, I mean, they have been tearing it up all day long, but I can say that same thing about Comey. So both these players, they are just really overperforming, really trying to keep the dream alive for their team. And TAMU, they've got the numbers advantage, but I feel like at this point, numbers have mattered so minimally for these teams.
Not at all, like you're saying. Because just
see?
like that. Yeah.
Timing is everything.
Yes, sir, because things can absolutely flip like a dime between them. Noble gets spotted. Yes, compared to gets one to kick at the second. So close.
Noble wasn't even aiming at prefix. He was aiming at the turret. That was just really convenient. That was really good timing. And Comey picks up Tayo. It's the 1-to-1. Both these players have been overperforming these last couple of rounds. Jorks has the health advantage, but by like a single bullet's worth. Now, Comey is just booking it toward him, trying to find the elimination. Jorks with the download, trying to catch him off. Stall for as long as you can. Look for the kill. Find it! Jorks picks up Comey and gives TAMU Maroon the lead once again. I loved Comey's aggression there, but I think that was a little too aggressive.
Bro, what are these rounds, man? Just like I'm at such a loss for words with how things are happening to play out, because the flanks, the retakes, and with the way that TAMU Maroon plays, I don't think they know that they're on the defense. Like, they're pushing up right at the beginning. They're just going for these long wide flanks coming out of A and out of C, and just seeing what they can get. Like you mentioned before, UH now on the save. But I don't think that's stopped them before, and likely won't again, as look as Russian do it towards Garage.
I'm not positive, but I think this is the first time we've seen Cold with a sniper. I'm curious to see how well that works out at the end of the day. We've seen it work out pretty well for some, not so well for others, so let's see how well this Omen can pull it off. However, he did body shot Noble, who's down to 50 HP already, so that's definitely going to hurt TAMU Maroon on their engagements, but of course, all you need is an assist, and you can heal off of it, being Reyna and having that busted ability.
I was about to say, yeah, it's a Reyna, bro. She's fine, man. It does not matter, bro.
That's always crazy. I hate it when you're in like a firefight with a Reyna, you tell your team, like, Reyna hit, you know, whatever, and you're like, oh wait, never mind. Stupid call out because she's already healed back up. It's going to be Nabber waiting for some kind of engagement, trying to back up Noble, who again is in that critical condition. This is, again, I feel like we've time jumped back to round 1. This is so slow.
It was the initial aggression that I find I think UH was expecting TAMU to try to match, so it would have been just a complete firefight looking down towards mid. Instead, they chose to stay back. That was almost a complete headshots. Just managed to find one. They're running on to C. Here's that.
Oh, Cole does find 1 kill, but Tayo just dismisses any hope of University of Hawaii winning this one. We see Comey does find a kill, gets a better weapon for it, but this is still going to be tough. You don't get to plant anymore. You've got to win entirely off of eliminations alone. With only 6 seconds left, at this point, you're just looking for bonus kills. TAMU Maroon, they've got this round in the bag. Oh, and Tayo just waiting for it. Picks up the quad kill and gives TAMU Maroon double digits. They are now 3 rounds short of winning the series 2-0.
Man, I really would have thought that, I really would have thought that he would have saved it. Really generally would have thought, but I mean, UH have never been ones to go for the defensive plays or the safe plays ever. And neither that's TAMU Maroon. But this continues forward. UH right now, they need to get this round. They need it bad. Because going in towards the 11th, they'll be able to buy up for a potential match point if they are to fall on that. But this Odin gaming might be the difference maker that they need.
Oh, I love the aggression there, but Tessid unfortunately not able to find the damage. I don't think he even landed a bullet. Again, I love the attempt, but unfortunately it's just not going to be working out the way they want it to. And that's I don't know, that was a really high risk, high reward play because TAMU Maroon, if they win this one, the economy for Hawaii is going to be in shambles. And then, that's going to bump TAMU at least up to 12. That's when things really get scary.
I've got your trail.
Close between both of them as they come in on the east side. All the Astra util is centered around B, but the stars are taken away. Should be centered around A. Spike now goes down. Hardest Fury to match.
The Hunter's Fury here, courageous, but it worked out, so I really can't say anything bad about it. They're able to find Comey, the top frag on one side. The aggression comes out, and then, a little too aggressive maybe. Noble and Aggro gonna go down early. It was a 5v2, and now all of a sudden this is losable for TAMU Maroon, so they've got to be super careful to find this. Nabber, why don't you... I am an anti-fan of what we just saw there. I don't know what the thought process was, but that truly did not work out well. Prefix now 32 HP. Tayo able to take him out, and Jork's gonna pick up that defuse. Now this is, I hate to say it, but this is exactly what I just said. University of Hawaii, they lose it, their economy's gonna be doo-doo, and they're gonna have to really, they've got to thrifty win this, or TAMU's gonna walk away 2-0.
Wait, but hey, hear me out, okay? They can buy next round. And that's the round that matters. So it's okay.
But they can buy next round
really
if
hoping they would save. Oh, no.
That's what I was going to say. They can buy next round if they save this one, but they're going to do what people do in round 2 that I'm never a fan of. I don't think forced buying is ever the answer. I truly think in a scenario like this, you need to short buy, and then you can come through, you can full buy next round and try to keep the series alive. But full buying here is such a crapshoot. I'm scared for Hawaii.
Man, I said it before that Hawaii had ever been one to go for the safe plays, and that would have been a safe play that they don't go for, but an open pick like that might be...
I feel a little better.
Yeah, like what they need, so not bad at all.
If Mikey, I was just about to say, if Mikey finds that one, that'll really be worth it, but they were at 68 HP, and they looked the wrong way, so unfortunately, not going to be the progress they're looking for. TAMU Maroon... looking good. They've got the 4-4 lineup. Jork's wow! What? I wish I could react that fast. That is amazing. Able to find the neural theft, able to know where everybody on UH is. They get the download and they upload it to the rest of the team as well. Aggro just around the corner, gets taken out. Prefix finds one, never takes out Cold. It's all up to Prefix, 21 HP in a dream, and something tells me that dream is about to turn into a nightmare.
Yep. Yet again, kind of the exact same position they were before as their teammate. Now match and series point coming out from the side of TAMU Maroon.
I mean, match point, series point, everything point. This has been fascinating to say the least. I mean, I think that full buy was I don't want to say it was a bad move. I don't want to talk poorly about the players. I'm sure any of these kids could dunk on me any day of the week, right? I am, but I just think that was the improper call. I really think that full buy commit, it lost them the following round, which is now this one, which is now the last round of the game.
Esports.
Get out of my
University of Hawaii and the Rising Sun. Has to find some sort of light within this. The Flash finds no information. What's up, Seth?
The Blade Storm's got to go crazy. Like it's got to be top dog at this point to keep the dream alive. Aggro's already peppered in a couple of damage shots here and there. Comey gets caught by a corner of the shock dart as well. Just waiting. Okay, here comes a pretty strong recon bolt. Some space comes in from UH as well. Comey finds Aggro, but here comes a Hunter's Fury from UH as well. Takes out Tayo. I really thought TAMU was going to have this one, but UH, they're playing it slow. They're playing it patient. They're playing the exact speed they know they have to. And it may work out well for them. Nabber goes down to Mikey. Noble might be able to pick up a kill, but poking out a garage here is really difficult because whoever's on the other side has a general advantage. However, the Empress has been popped. Mikey's already down. Noble's got the intel. Oh, the turret. Oh, no. KJ's dead. Who cares about the turret? Noble in the back line. Will pick up Comey. Gonna be pushing into the remaining players. If Noble aces in the final round, that'll be so poetic. There's the third one. Cold goes for the plant, but your entire team, it's like a horror movie. They're getting ripped out from behind you. Prefix looks away at the worst time. Now they can engage through sewers when they need to most.
More could possibly go in. He doesn't have any layers though.
Wow.
And he has to do this. They're all holding all through the back of their spawn.
Oh, the fourth! Where's the fifth? Cold goes for the paranoia, not able to find it, and Noble does it! Noble finds the ace! Oh, the only ace of the evening, and a beautiful one at that. All 5 players down, and TAMU Maroon walk away victorious 2-0 on the series.
2v5.
Amazing.
All on the line, final second, and Empress that actually pays off nonetheless here. Because, you know why, too? Beautiful positioning. He's pulled up super aggressively. And a big thing on that as well, he plays it really patiently. If he does not wait for the sky to go past him, then I find that does not happen. But on the side of UH, yeah, they just kind of let it as well. But hey, man, it was cool.
Yeah, that was certainly something. Noble just barely stealing first on the leaderboard as well with that ace. Was going to be second place under Mikey, but the ace comes through 23-21. Elan's just, I mean, I don't even know what to say. That was such a positive turnaround for TAMU there. That was everything we could have wanted and more. Really, really impressive. I don't know if we have time for an interview. I know that third map really threw us off schedule, so I'm going to wait to hear from Prod on whether or not we're doing one of those. But yeah, okay, we are going to be doing an interview, so I'm going to throw it to a super short break. We're going to throw it to a break. We're going to get our interviewee in here, and we'll see you folks right back here in just a couple of minutes.
You're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has Fit Gamer changed impact of Cloud9? I mean, honestly, the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that actually have the stamina and still having a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around Game 5 would get tired and moved. What's happened with the training we've been doing, now when we get to these Game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy. We're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's racing. Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up with them both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
When I grow up, I want to be a nurse. But I want to be a policeman.
A lawyer.
I want to be an actress.
My dream is to be a vet. My dream is to be an engineer.
My dream is to be a Navy SEAL.
To be on Broadway.
I want to be an athletic trainer.
I want to work with Doctors Without Borders.
My dream is to cure cancer.
One day, I'd like to dance at my daughter's wedding.
Be a hero. Be a designated driver. Take the pledge today at herocampaign.org.
You know, you're really getting better. I'm like this newly made dude. Hey, even my USB port back there is brand new. Yay! You're amazing! Well, not like me amazing, but a pretty darn good amazing. Attaboy! Watch out for that! Ow! Anyway, you want to hear my alien story?
Yes.
So, aliens.
How has FitGamer changed and impacted Cloud9? I mean, honestly,
Cloud9, North America's best international team, are headed back to Worlds.
the difference between the teams that actually win or lose are the teams that are going to actually have the stamina and still have like a sharp mind through that event. Prior to having Fit Gamers exercise routines that we've been doing, my players around game 5 would get tired and lose. What's happened with the training that we've been doing, we are now, when we get to this game 5 situations, we're the team on stage that has energy, we're the team on stage actually is sharp, and we're the team that's raising the trophies. The Fit Gamer app helps you not only track on your everyday workouts, but we travel a lot. So while we're traveling, we can kind of pinpoint how our players are doing, how our managers are doing. They can report what their sleep is like, and report the nutrition, and it gives us the ability to catch patterns that are not good early and address them and fix them. And our training routines, training up on both, has resulted in us lifting trophies at the end of the day. And for me, that's what actually matters.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. Sept and Ravish here to bring you an interview with Aggro from the winning team. We were actually just discussing quite a few things off stream, but while we're on stream, Aggro, first question, you guys walk away 2-0 victory. How do you feel?
I feel great. Actually, we were a little quiet at the end. We won, and we kind of just, hey guys, good night, and see you later. It's kind of awkward, actually. I don't know.
I know you mentioned you guys were having some like lag issues in the second game in particular, some packet loss and whatnot.
Yeah, absolutely.
So do you feel that inhibited your gameplay? Do you think you would have won more, better if your lag wasn't as bad, or do you think you guys were able to clutch it out?
I mean, UH is a good team. I'm not going to take anything away from them. Just say, the only reason we were playing worse is because we were lagging. I mean, they're great. They play on 60 ping, too. It's not a fun way to play. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that. Not particularly.
Yeah.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, that was my question.
I respect it nonetheless here, homie. Let me just go ahead and ask you, all right, as a Jet player, I feel like you have to be default to the ops so often, but you're just not on that, right? It's just consistently, I don't necessarily see you, and even try to hold down these sites. Why is that?
Well, tonight I didn't pick it up because the lag. That's the reason. Usually I will. And not crazy often. I like to rifle. I've said it in SEC. I've said it in other leagues. I'm probably one of the better riflers in collegiate Valorant. And I will stick to that. I'll hold my ground there. But I mean, I like to do it. I like to play these angles where it's just like I get my first and I'm out, and then I can follow up a lot easier because I have a rifle. I don't have to like play these, ones and then just not do anything for the rest of the round. So like on ecos and stuff like that, I don't know if y'all noticed, but like second round buys, I would drop Phantom for Noble tonight because I was just usually that would be me. I would have it, and so it's just one of those things we've been doing where we just buy the Phantom and we just let people come to us and we just swallow them up. I like it, Dam is also really good at opping. So when Dam's here, we usually have him op a lot too on Astra. It's kind of one of those like steal opping type things where you have that off player just kind of do it and it works.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys definitely give us a couple less conventional, I'll say. You guys definitely change things up, like, not having Jet on the op, bringing up KO on Ascent, some things that we haven't seen a lot, but maybe we're going to see more in the future. So, but to pull us out of the game, enough about the actual game, just a little bit more about you as a collegiate Valorant player. Is there anybody you want to give a general thanks or just a shout out to while we've got you here in the booth?
I mean, I think it's always just great to shout out the boys, Noble, Jorks, Nabber for filling tonight. I mean, that guy comes in clutch all the time for fills. And TO, of course. I mean, those guys, they grind all the time. They play real consistent. I couldn't do any of it, without them. I say 90% of the time, I'll say TO is one of those guys that if TO's not in the server, we just don't perform. So definitely TO, and Jorks has really taken a role recently in IGLing and stuff like that. So, I mean, those guys, they are always on. They're always trying their heart out. I couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, not to cut the interview super short, but we did just pass midnight here on the East Coast. So, Aggro, we are going to go ahead and let you go, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us. And tell your whole team, huge congrats to you guys. Some amazing games.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, you as well, my friend. Thank you. And with that, folks, that does bring tonight to a close. So first of all, of course, I want to thank everybody for hanging out and rocking with us. This was my CF1 debut, so I'm very excited that I made it in the round-robin pools. Ravish, I don't know which way to look. I don't know which way you are. I think you're over here. Ravish, thank you so much for joining me, my friend. A pleasure as always. A huge shout-out to Lawrence and Juke in the back line. We love you all. And, of course, be sure to tune in this upcoming Saturday/Sunday for the Diamond and Below playoffs. I don't know if Ravish and I will be here, but somebody will, and I'm sure they're going to be fantastic. So thank you, everybody, so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of your night.